Chapter 892. Of course, Xie Qingying didn't know that Special Assistant Yang had attended the last few trials and had even spoken to Gu Nianji. She thought they really didn't know each other. Out of politeness, she glanced at Gu Nianji and Hu Jialan to get their permission to introduce her to Special Assistant Yang. Gu Nianji glanced at Special Assistant Yang and remembered that during the fourth trial, Xie Qingying and Xie Dezhao had testified in court. Special Assistant Yang hadn't been there, so he could pretend not to know her in front of Xie Qingying. It wasn't that Gu Nianji wanted to ruin Special Assistant Yang's reputation, but every time Special Assistant Yang appeared, Gu Nianji felt like she was being targeted. She didn't know how she had offended this person, but she didn't want to back down to avoid trouble. Moreover, if they knew each other, then they didn't know each other. Was there something wrong with this person's head? Gu Nianji put down the porcelain spoon in her hand and smiled at Xie Qingying. Cousin, don't bother. Anyway, Special Assistant Yang won't remember us even if you introduce us to him. Why bother with this unnecessary effort? Xie Qingying froze. There was a hidden meaning in her words. She looked at Gu Nianji, then at Special Assistant Yang and smiled. Do you two know each other? Special Assistant Yang was even more displeased with Gu Nianji's aggressive attitude. He frowned. Miss, what do you mean? You're speaking so sarcastically. I didn't offend you, did I? No, why do you say that, Special Assistant Yang? Gu Nianji smiled at him. Because we just met in court last week and even spoke to each other. Special Assistant Yang remembered my name at that time, but it's obvious he doesn't remember it a week later. Isn't this a sign that people of high status tend to have short memories? Cousin, don't you think I'm right? Xie Qingying understood. You're saying that Special Assistant Yang went to the last few trials? Yes, he even asked me which law firm I did my trial training at. Gu Nianji giggled and continued to embarrass Special Assistant Yang. Special Assistant Yang replied, Oh, so it's about that. I'm sorry, I forgot. I'm busy with work every day. I've seen at least 80 people, and I've spoken at least 800 words. You can't expect me to remember all the trivial things clearly. Gu Nianji smiled faintly as she picked up the coconut juice and sipped it with a straw. She said casually, Special Assistant Yang's working ability is limited, so it's normal that he can't remember. It seems like Senior Speaker Long is in need of talent. She was just teasing him casually, but Executive Assistant Yang's expression suddenly changed. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became tense. Xie Qingying hurriedly tried to smooth things over and gave Special Assistant Yang a way out. Special Assistant Yang, didn't you want me to meet your juniors? It just so happens that I admire the elites of B University. Shall we go and take a look? Special Assistant Yang understood that Xie Qingying was giving him a way out of this embarrassing situation, so he couldn't help feeling even more disapproving of Gu Nianji. Look at Xie Qingying. That's the demeanor and etiquette. That's the real descendant of a noble. Gu Nianji. He, Executive Assistant Yang did not even look at Hu Jialan. He turned around and left with Xie Qingying. When they arrived at the private room where Special Assistant Yang was treating them, Xie Qingying saw that there were 2 women and 3 men in the room. They were all dressed like students. Special Assistant Yang perked up and introduced them to Xie Qingying. These are all undergraduates from B University's Faculty of Law. They're also my high school classmates. Among the 5 students, 2 of them, 1 male and 1 female, were graduating this year. The other 3 were still freshmen. They looked at Xie Qingying curiously and nodded at her. Special Assistant Yang thought about it and specially introduced the female student who was about to graduate this year to Xie Qingying. This is Rong Mingxing, the top student of this year's B University Faculty of Law. She started university at the age of 16 and will graduate this year at the age of 20. She's a real genius. Xie Qingying glanced at the pretty girl and nodded. She smiled and said, it's my honor to meet the elites of B University's Faculty of Law today. Come, let me use tea in place of wine to propose a toast to everyone. Xie Qingying picked up the white porcelain teapot from the dining table and poured herself a cup. Then, she asked everyone in the room to propose a toast. The girls drank fruit juice in place of wine, while the boys drank beer. They all drank a cup with Xie Qingying. Special Assistant Yang's expression finally returned to normal. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and introduced her to everyone. This is Miss Xie from the Xie family. She just returned from France and is a relative of Speaker Long. The students were shocked and became even more respectful of her. Xie Qingying had only used this opportunity to invite Special Assistant Yang out for a cup of tea. She had already given him a lot of face. After exchanging a few more pleasantries and praising the students in the room, she said goodbye and left. After she left, the atmosphere in the room immediately became lively. Brother Yang, you're so close to Miss Xie. Is this Miss Xie the one from the Xie family who went to France? They had only seen this kind of family in history books. Special Assistant Yang's face was flushed as he poured himself a cup of wine. He nodded reservedly and said casually, yes, that's the Miss Xie from the Xie family. She's a relative of Speaker Long, eh? Brother Yang, why are you blushing? Could it be that the Hongwon star has moved? Several boys cheered and ran over to propose a toast to Special Assistant Yang. Special Assistant Yang had always valued and supported the juniors in his hometown high school. Of course, the premise was that he was the boss. The two girls looked at each other and then looked away. They didn't join in the fun. Especially Rong Mingxing, who was about to graduate this year. Her face suddenly paled, and her delicate little face showed a conflicted and depressed expression. Special Assistant Yang saw that Rong Mingxing's expression had changed, and his mood suddenly improved. The humiliation he had suffered at Gu Nianji's hands had miraculously been smoothed over. He smiled and scooped a braised meatball with Rong Mingxing. By the way, don't you like eating this? Eat more today. I'll make sure you're full. Several male students in the room had no moral integrity at all. Seeing this, they immediately made fun of Rong Mingxing and Special Assistant Yang. Special Assistant Yang lit a cigarette, held it in his hand, and stared at Rong Mingxing's profile. Amidst the rising smoke, it was hard to tell what he was thinking. Rong Mingxing said softly, "Brother, stop smoking. You drank a lot today." Special Assistant Yang crushed the cigarette in the ashtray and smiled. "Okay, I'll listen to little Rong. I won't smoke anymore." He picked up another piece of fish with his chopsticks and whispered, "What plans do you have for graduation?" "Our Senate Special Affairs Office will be recruiting new people next spring. Are you interested?" Rong Mingxing was overjoyed. She had been flirting with this senior for so long just for the sake of her job after graduation. "Brother, is it true? Are you going to settle your household registration?" Special Assistant Yang, after Xie Qingying left with Special Assistant Yang, Wu Zhelan whispered, "Nianji, is Special Assistant Yang from the Senate? Is he one of Speaker Long's subordinates?" Since he was called a special assistant, probably only people at the level of the speaker would need to have an assistant for such a position. Gu Nianji nodded. "Yes, he's Speaker Long's special assistant." Hu Zhelan didn't ask any more questions and drank the clear turtle soup alone. After a while, Xie Qingying returned. She sat back in her seat and didn't mention a word about what Special Assistant Yang had just said. She asked Gu Nianji and Hu Zhelan, "Where were we just now?" She was talking about what they had been talking about before Special Assistant Yang came in. Hu Zhelan quickly reminded her, "Qingying, you were just about to say who you were going on a blind date with, but Special Assistant Yang came in before you could say anything." "Oh, right." Xie Qingying had actually forgotten the name she had thought of on the spot because of Special Assistant Yang's interruption. Now that she saw Special Assistant Yang, she remembered that her father and Speaker Long seemed to want her to be with Special Assistant Yang, so she casually mentioned Special Assistant Yang. She asked them, "What do you think of Special Assistant Yang?" Hua Jialan had an expression of, "I knew it. Special Assistant Yang. He looks good and is handsome. He's also young, right? He's Speaker Long's special assistant at such a young age. If he doesn't make any major mistakes, he can become the speaker once Speaker Long retires, right?" Gu Nianji didn't have a good impression of Special Assistant Yang, but she didn't want to affect Xie Qingying's criteria for a spouse. She only corrected Hua Jialan, to become the speaker, he has to pass the election and become a senator. The position of the speaker is not promoted by the higher-ups. Even if Speaker Long retires, Special Assistant Yang can't become the speaker if he doesn't pass the election. Special assistant is only a civil servant position. Hua Jialan didn't know much about these things, so she knew she'd said the wrong thing. She was embarrassed, but seeing Gu Nianji's glib tongue, and the fact that Hua Jialan wanted to maintain a good relationship with her, rather than offend her, she could only swallow her anger. "So that's how it is. Nianji, you know so much." Hua Jialan kept flattering Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji smiled. "It's basic knowledge. Miss Hua, it's in high school textbooks." "High school? Ha ha ha, it's been a long time. I don't remember." Hua Jialan used time to save face. Gu Nianji didn't continue to poke at her. She took a sip of turtle soup. The private room quieted down and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Just then, her phone rang. It was Hua Xiaoheng's exclusive ringtone. In the past, Gu Nianji wouldn't have picked up right away, but she felt a little uncomfortable during the meal today. She just wanted to leave right away, so she couldn't wait to swipe her phone to answer the call. She smiled and said, "Hello." Hua Xiaoheng obviously hesitated before asking, "Nianji, is that you?" "Yes, it's me. What's up?" Gu Nianji was too embarrassed to call him Hua Xiao in front of Xie Qingying and Hua Jialan, so she said, "You," vaguely. Hua Xiaoheng immediately knew where Gu Nianji was. He asked again, "Is it convenient to talk?" Gu Nianji stood up and said to Xie Qingying and Hua Jialan, "I'm going out to take a call." She walked out with her phone in hand and made the call under the tree outside the restaurant. "Hua Xiao. What's up?" Hua Xiaoheng was in a car heading towards B University. "Aren't you going to the base tomorrow?" "I'm free tonight, so I'll pick you up." Gu Nianji didn't hesitate at all. "Okay, I can go now." "Where are you?" "I'm on the way. I'll be at your school soon." Hua Xiaoheng looked at the night view outside the car. "It's just around the corner." Gu Nianji quickly said, "I'm at a restaurant. It's the Huaiyang cuisine near my school." Then she told him the name of the restaurant. Hua Xiaoheng turned his head to look. It was the side of the road. He even saw Gu Nianji talking on the phone under a tree. "Stop there." At the same time, he asked Gu Nianji, "I saw you. Who were you having dinner with?" "This is the first night watch. There are 2 today." A reminder for the recommendation votes and monthly votes. The second watch at 7:00 p.m. Moi. Chapter 893. Gu Nianji gripped her phone and looked up to see Hua Xiaoheng's new Hongqi bulletproof car drive over. It was a winter night, under the dim yellow streetlights, and she had just suffered an unreasonable scolding. When she saw Hua Xiaoheng's car and heard his concerned voice, she felt her cold heart slowly warm up again. She quickly said, "Wait by the roadside, I'll go in to get my bag." Gu Nianji turned to enter the restaurant and returned to the private room. She said to Xie Qingying apologetically, "Cousin, I have to go now. I'll treat you back next time." "Was it the phone call just now?" "Okay, you can go now." Xie Qingying expressed her understanding. She had intended to treat everyone to dinner today, but Hu Jialan and Special Assistant Yang had interrupted her. She was also very embarrassed and quickly said, "Treat me back, I'll remember." "No problem, I'll call you." Gu Nianji made a phone call gesture and picked up her bag. She nodded to Hu Jialan as a form of courtesy. Gu Nianji hurried out of the restaurant and saw that the car was already parked by the roadside. She pushed her bicycle and walked over. The window of the Hongqi rolled down and Hu Xiaoheng peeked out. He said to Fan Jian, "Help Nianji hang her bicycle in the back of the car." Fan Jian quickly got out of the car and took the bicycle from Gu Nianji to hang it on the rack. Gu Nianji thanked him and opened the car door to sit in the back seat. Hu Xiaoheng had been sitting on the side of the car by the roadside, but by the time Gu Nianji got on the car, he had already moved to the other side. Fan Jian hung up Gu Nianji's bicycle and returned to the car. He stepped on the accelerator and drove out. As soon as they left, Special Assistant Yang and the others came out of the restaurant. Everyone crowded around Executive Assistant Yang, chatting and laughing happily. Special Assistant Yang had already seen Gu Nianji get on the Hongqi car with a special military license plate. He picked up a cigarette and lit it. The sense of urgency in his heart increased. "Brother Yang, where are we going now?" A boy who had just finished his first year asked excitedly. Special Assistant Yang smiled and took out 1,000 yuan from his wallet to hand to Rong Mingxing. "Little Rong, help me entertain everyone for karaoke. I have something else to do, so I'll head back to the Senate first." Everyone was busy thanking Special Assistant Yang as they watched him drive away in the Passat. Senior Brother Yang drank a lot of wine just now. Will he be okay driving? A girl muttered. Rong Mingxing pursed her lips and held the money in her hand. It was as hot as fire. She muttered. He didn't drink much. He should be fine, right? It's fine, it's fine. You guys are thinking too much. Senior Brother Yang was highly regarded by Senior Speaker Long in the Senate and was Senior Speaker Long's right-hand man. He often went out with Senior Speaker Long to socialize, so this little bit of alcohol was nothing to him. Senior Brother Yang's alcohol tolerance is very good. Several of the boys expressed that they were fine and had already taken out their phones to search for karaoke locations. Hu Xiaoheng's car was a new one given to him by the military, so it was very warm inside. The heater wasn't turned up too high, but sitting next to Hu Xiaoheng, he was like a natural heater. Hot air flowed continuously, but Gu Nianji didn't feel cold at all. On the contrary, she felt a little hot. She tugged at the collar of her high-collared cashmere sweater and moved further away from him. Hu Xiaoheng didn't mind. He crossed his arms and leaned against the back seat. He asked her again. Who were you having dinner with? Cousin Xie Qingying. Gu Nianji glanced at Hu Xiaoheng. And your cousin Hu Jialan. Hu Xiaoheng was a little surprised. Hu Jialan. She invited you. Gu Nianji pouted disdainfully. She wanted to, but I didn't agree. Cousin Xia invited me to dinner. We agreed on it in court last time. Xie Qingying invited you to dinner, and she also invited Hu Jialan. Hu Xiaoheng was always able to cut to the chase. Gu Nianji shook her head, but her eyes were still full of admiration when she looked at Hu Xiaoheng. No, they met on the road, and Hu Jialan wanted to accompany them. Hu Xiaoheng saw that he was having dinner with two women, so he didn't mind. He crossed his arms and continued to close his eyes. Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng and said, Hu Xiao, do you know what else cousin Xia has to do when she returns to the United States this time, other than helping me with the lawsuit? Hu Xiaoheng didn't open his eyes and said calmly, I only asked her to return to the United States to testify in court. This meant that other matters had nothing to do with him. Gu Nianji tried to figure out what Hu Xiaoheng meant. It seemed like he knew that she had another mission when she returned. Cousin Xie said that her mommy wants her to return to the United States to go on blind dates until she finds a husband. Gu Nianji finished speaking with a smile, but saw that Hu Xiaoheng didn't respond. She felt bored and turned to look at the night view outside the window. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her with half-opened eyes and only saw the back of her head. He knew that Gu Nianji was angry that he didn't respond. But how could he respond to something like that? What did Xie Qingying going on blind dates have to do with him? Hu Xiaoheng felt that Gu Nianji definitely didn't know that Speaker Long had tried to matchmake him and Xie Qingying. If she knew, she wouldn't have spoken like this. He didn't explain. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. The smile on his face was very faint, but it lasted until he got out of the car. Gu Nianji followed Hu Xiaoheng back to his official residence. On a Friday night, returning to the place where she had lived for half a year actually felt like it was a lifetime ago. Hu Xiaoheng walked in and saw that she was still in a daze in the dark. He didn't turn on the lights. What's wrong? Don't you know where the lights are? As he spoke, he turned on the lights for her. Gu Nianji instinctively closed her eyes. The light in the room wasn't actually blinding at all. Instead, it was a very gentle LED light. However, when a person suddenly entered the light from the dark, their eyes would always subconsciously be on guard. It didn't take long for Gu Nianji to adapt to the light. She rubbed her eyes and didn't say anything. She walked into the bedroom. Hu Xiaoheng saw that she was still angry that he hadn't talked to her on the way here. He followed her in and gently closed the bedroom door before sitting down on the single sofa by the wall. Gu Nianji turned around and saw that Hu Xiaoheng had followed her in. She frowned unhappily. Hu Xiao, I'm going to sleep. Hu Xiaoheng looked at his watch. It's not even 10 o'clock yet. When do you sleep so early? Gu Nianji, she rolled her eyes and rubbed her forehead. I drank today. I'm tired. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her, and his expression gradually darkened. You drank. Did you forget what I told you? She wasn't allowed to drink until she was 22 years old. Gu Nianji turned around guiltily and went to the closet to get her change of clothes. She pursed her lips and admitted honestly. I didn't drink. I was just joking. Hu Xiaoheng took the remote control from the small coffee table next to the sofa and turned on the flat-screen TV hanging on the bedroom wall. He said calmly, I know you didn't drink. Gu Nianji turned around quickly and glared at Hu Xiaoheng. She was displeased. How did you know? You don't smell like alcohol at all. Hu Xiaoheng switched channels with the remote control. His eyes were fixed on the TV screen. If you want to trick me in the future, find a better reason. Gu Nianji's face flushed. Who wants to trick you? I've never lied. Ha. Hu Xiaoheng laughed dryly and looked at her before calmly looking at the TV screen. My family is also preparing for me to go on a blind date. More accurately, it was his grandfather and father who were preparing it. Gu Nianji's hand paused. She didn't say anything, but she definitely wouldn't admit that her heart skipped a beat. She looked very natural as she picked out the clothes she was going to wear tomorrow in her closet. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji and switched the remote control to the military channel he often watched. He happened to see the news of the military song troupe recruiting new members. Tan Gairen's long dress trailed on the ground as she stood on the stage of the military auditorium and played the violin. Hu Xiaoheng didn't have time to continue changing channels. Gu Nianji, who had been attracted by the melodious sound of the violin, already saw Tan Gairen's image. She was obviously stunned. On the TV, the host's narration sounded on Tan Gairen's image. Prime Minister Tan's only daughter, Miss Tan Guiren, is a top student at Juilliard and has won many international violin awards. She declined many invitations from internationally renowned orchestras and decided to join the military song troupe. This time, we were able to recruit an internationally renowned violinist like Tan Guiren. This is the honor of the military song troupe and also an opportunity for Miss Tan Guiren. The leaders of the military song troupe have expressed that they will definitely give Miss Tan the best treatment. It won't be any worse than what those renowned orchestras can give her. Gu Nianji also snorted and pouted at the TV screen. If you want to see her so badly, then hurry up and be your escort. Be careful that she doesn't break her ankle and becomes a cripple without anyone to help her. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He instinctively wanted to turn off the TV, but his finger twirled around the remote control. He felt that if he turned it off just like that, Gu Nianji would definitely think that he was guilty or had given in. She would be so cocky then. He couldn't let her get away with it. Gu Nianji quickly looked at Hua Xiaoheng and saw that he was still watching the TV without moving his eyes. She felt even more bored. What was she trying to do? Gu Nianji stared at the TV for a while and discovered that Tan Guiren played the violin quite well. This girl was truly talented in this area. She couldn't help but say sincerely, "Uncle Hua, if you want to find an Aunt Hua in 3 years, why don't you find Miss Tan? After all, you'll help her even if she breaks her ankle." Hua Xiaoheng looked up and finally spoke. "How many times do you have to say this?" "For the rest of my life," Gu Nianji blurted out. Hua Xiaoheng smiled slowly. The light reflected in his eyes like a sky full of twinkling stars. "Are you jealous? You're too shameless. Forget it, I'm just being a busybody. It's none of my business who you marry." Gu Nianji hugged her clothes and turned to go to the bathroom. Hua Xiaoheng tossed the remote control away and strode forward to grab Gu Nianji's arm. His voice was low and magnetic as he bent down to whisper in her ear. "Don't shower yet. Let's talk." It was the second night watch. There were 2 more today. Reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes moi. Chapter 894. Gu Nianji stopped in her tracks but didn't turn around. She faced the bathroom door and didn't know what else to talk about with Hua Xiaoheng. Until now, she was very clear that she still had feelings for Hua Xiaoheng. How could she not have feelings for him? After all, she had loved him for so many years. But this feeling was completely different from before. Before the crisis in Germany, her love for him was pure and intense. She was willing to die for him, even if it meant losing her life. But she never realized that this kind of intense love couldn't last. So at the moment of her life and death, when she was in the greatest despair, Hua Xiaoheng used his carelessness to give her a fatal blow. Her feelings were lost in the trap of life and death just like that. That's how relationships are. They happen all of a sudden, and then disappear at a specific moment. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and turned around to stare at Hua Xiaoheng seriously. She could see it very clearly. Hua Xiaoheng was completely different from He Zhichu. He Zhichu looked reserved and cold on the outside, but after getting to know him, one would realize that he was intense and passionate inside. He was a typical person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Hua Xiaoheng, on the other hand, looked easygoing and calm. He could talk to anyone and wouldn't speak rudely to women. He would definitely give them face. But only those who knew him well knew that this person's will was unimaginably strong. His coldness was engraved in his bones, just like his silence. Perhaps it was the nature of his work, but he kept a lot of things to himself and locked them up tightly. He wouldn't say a word until he died. That was the reason why those military bosses could safely hand over such an important department like the Special Operations Forces to him when he was still young. In this world, there was probably no one who could touch his heart. Gu Nianji used to think that she could, but later she realized that she couldn't either. She was also very tired from chasing after him all the time. Hua Xiao, let go. After 3 years, we'll be able to separate and be happy. Isn't that great? Gu Nianji pried Hua Xiaoheng's hand from her arm finger by finger. Her eyes were clear and calm, without sadness or joy. Hua Xiaoheng's palm was scorching hot. He let go of Gu Nianji's arm but held her cheek. The heat of his palm almost matched the heat of her cheek. So both of them were very nervous. Gu Nianji realized that her thoughts were drifting away. His body smelled really good, and his military uniform made her feel very safe, to the point where she didn't want to resist. Seeing that Gu Nianji didn't push him away again, Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head and rubbed the tip of her delicate nose. His hot breath surrounded her and confused her. She couldn't think straight and didn't notice that Hua Xiaoheng had already slowly slid down to her lips. He leaned in, kissing her patiently and delicately. Her lips, which only had a trace of pink, were gradually kissed by him until they bloomed like flowers, rosy and moving. Gradually, he couldn't control himself. He just wanted to take her apart and eat her. Her plump and moist lips were almost swollen from his sucking. He loosened his mouth, and Gu Nianji was finally able to gasp for air. The tip of his tongue took the opportunity to enter the world behind her lips to taste the sweetness of her lips. Gu Nianji was dizzy from his kisses. After a while, she came back to her senses and clawed at the hand holding her cheek. She mumbled. "Didn't you want to talk? This is what you want to talk about?" The tip of her tongue was sucked by him, so her words were a bit unclear. But when the tip of her tongue moved, Hua Xiaoheng felt that he almost couldn't control himself. He wrapped his lips around her soft and tender tongue and sucked on 2 mouthfuls of it. He let go of her and pressed his forehead against hers. His slightly panting voice was low and husky, but it had a captivating magnetism to it. He sucked on her heart and soul. He hugged her to his chest and pressed his cheek against her dark hair. He didn't know what to say. Hua Xiaoheng knew that he was actually a very cold person. Other men might be fickle to women, but when it came to him, he was completely heartless. He was literally heartless. All this time, he could be normal friends, colleagues, and comrades with women, but he would never cross that line and become the kind of friend between a man and a woman. If his life had developed normally, he would probably have dedicated his life to the country and the army. No one could get close to his heart, let alone walk in. He didn't grow up in puberty, so he felt that relationships between men and women were meaningless and a pure waste of time. Until Gu Nianji fell from the sky and barged into his life. Before he knew it, she had become the only person who had walked into his heart. He thought that he would never let go of her in this lifetime. Hua Xiaoheng's voice was low and hoarse as it reverberated in her ear. "Separated and happy. Do you think this is an opera?" Gu Nianji was a bit angry. "Can't you speak properly? Don't laugh at me." "I'm not laughing at you." Hua Xiaoheng took the change of clothes from her hand and threw it on the bed. He pulled her to sit on the bed. Gu Nianji was a bit awkward and didn't want to sit on the same bed as Hua Xiaoheng. She pushed his hand away and walked to the single sofa beside the bed. Hua Xiaoheng didn't insist on pulling her over. He only glanced at her and said with a dark gaze, "I'll make it clear today. I can't leave you, and you can't leave me." Although he had hurt her heart and she had also made a fuss about breaking up, how could people who still had feelings for each other not see through each other's thoughts? Gu Nianji didn't expect to hear Hua Xiaoheng say, "I can't leave you," in her lifetime. Her already cold maiden heart suddenly tightened and was so hot that she couldn't control herself. It was like a hot air balloon suddenly filled with air, and her whole body floated up into the sky. She seemed to see fireworks exploding in the dark blue night sky. Even the stars in the sky couldn't compare to the beauty of her fireworks. But before she had enough of being dizzy, she heard the last sentence. "You can't leave me either." She immediately returned to the ground from the clouds and almost couldn't help rolling her eyes. "Ha!" Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng but smiled without saying anything. Hua Xiaoheng didn't go overboard. It was meaningless to talk too much about feelings. He still preferred to practice what he preached. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and walked in front of Gu Nianji. He bent down and put his hands on the armrests of the single-seater sofa. His tall figure instantly enveloped Gu Nianji in his shadow. What are you laughing at? You don't believe me. Hu Xiaoheng inserted his hands into the sofa base and supported Gu Nianji's breasts. He pried open her legs and immediately dug her out of the soft sofa. Gu Nianji was lifted into the air by him. Her legs instinctively wrapped around Hu Xiaoheng's strong waist, and her arms also wrapped around his neck. Let go of me. Gu Nianji whispered in his ear. Hu Xiaoheng laughed. How can I let you go when you're clamping me? Gu Nianji looked at herself and quickly let go of his neck. She got down from his body and pushed him hard. She didn't expect the bed to be behind him. Hu Xiaoheng laid back and grabbed Gu Nianji with one hand. She was caught off guard and also stumbled into him. The large bed seemed to not have borne such weight in a long time. It undulated a few times. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her with a smile and said slowly. You're so passionate. Should I let you on top tonight? Gu Nianji was so angry that she couldn't speak, but his palms seemed to have some sort of magical power as it covered her chest and slowly and forcefully rubbed against it. The waves of tremors made her entire body go limp. She couldn't even breathe, let alone push him away. Immediately after, his warm lips pressed against hers. Just like last time, the kiss was gentle and considerate. It made her feel cherished and held in the palm of his hand. She had the illusion that she would never be abandoned. Her pushing hands gradually loosened and became tightly gripping his collar. He knew that she liked to be treated gently. This time, Hu Xiaoheng used all his patience. At the critical moment, Hu Xiaoheng stopped. He panted heavily and said hoarsely, I'm going out for a while. Gu Nianji couldn't get up or down. She was about to explode with anger and panic. Glaring at him, she clutched her bra and got off the bed. She rushed to the bathroom and slammed the door. Hu Xiaoheng smiled bitterly and sat up from the bed. He didn't want to do that with her today, but he didn't know why he couldn't help it as soon as he was alone with her. Does all conversations always end up in bed? Hu Xiaoheng straightened his clothes and left Gu Nianji's suite. However, he returned after a minute. He changed into casual clothes and held 2 condoms in his hands. He pushed open the bathroom door that Gu Nianji was bathing in. Gu Nianji didn't soak in the bathtub. She only took a shower in the shower. As soon as Hu Xiaoheng came in, she was dumbfounded. She stammered. I didn't lock the door. Fingerprint lock, Hu Xiaoheng said simply. He reached into the shower and pulled her out. Gu Nianji's entire body was dripping wet. The water droplets on her skin appeared even more lustrous and translucent. When she reached out, there were 5 red marks on her skin. They were so delicate that she couldn't help but want to break them. Hu Xiaoheng kissed her lips again. Her nostrils were filled with his hot breath. He asked hoarsely and magnetically. For me? Gu Nianji's heart trembled. She couldn't help relaxing. She was immersed in his increasingly gentle kiss. Hu Xiaoheng was so excited that he couldn't hold it in anymore. Did you miss me? I'll take it that you missed me if you don't say anything. Nonsense. Gu Nianji was dizzy from being hit by him, but she still remembered to refute. But I missed you. Gu Nianji couldn't speak. If his words hadn't been accompanied by his intense actions, Gu Nianji felt that she would have been a bit touched. But he was so intense that he blocked all her words. She couldn't say anything. Come on, let's be entangled like there's no tomorrow. I love you, but I'm afraid to be with you. Because there's no hope, there's no disappointment. I just don't want to be disappointed again. Gu Nianji couldn't remember how she felt in the end. She was so tired that she couldn't breathe. She fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, she woke up to see Hu Xiaoheng's smiling face as soon as she opened her eyes. In the morning light, his handsomeness was even more breathtaking. One couldn't help but be intoxicated. However, Gu Nianji felt that she was already immune to it. She sat up calmly and nodded at Hu Xiaoheng. Morning. Hu Xiaoheng naturally hugged her waist. You're done. Gu Nianji calmly put on her clothes. What's done? That's a different matter. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. Gu Nianji turned around to look at Hu Xiaoheng, who had a solemn expression on his face. She suddenly smiled. Major General Hu, we're all adults. What's wrong with sleeping for a night? You're not asking me to take responsibility, are you? This was the first update, a simplified version of underscore. Today was the third update, and there was one update to repay the reward and update debt. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes today was Monday. Especially the recommendation votes at 1:00 in the afternoon, I gave leader GU, 50,000 Chidian for the update. Also, I remember the 100,000 Chidian from the two leaders. I'll slowly pay it back, 7 p.m., the third update. Mwah. Chapter 895. Hu Xiaoheng's expression was solemn as usual and didn't seem to change, but Gu Nianji still saw a trace of shock in his eyes, but it was only for a moment. But Gu Nianji had already expressed her satisfaction. Hu Xiaoheng calmly glanced at Gu Nianji's smug expression and quietly leaned back against the headboard. He extended his long arms and pulled Gu Nianji back to lean against his chest. His hands unceremoniously reached into the clothes she had just put on and said with a straight face, "Is that so? Okay, let's continue tonight." Gu Nianji froze, then blushed and frantically pulled Hu Xiaoheng's hands out of her clothes. She was very displeased. Wasn't last night enough? You still need it every day. Not only did she use up the 2 condoms yesterday, but she also did it outside her body twice. In the end, she was so tired that she fainted. Who knew if there was more? Hu Xiaoheng moved closer to her and looked into her eyes. Didn't you say we're adults? Do you know what adults need? I didn't enjoy myself to my heart's content yesterday, so of course I have to continue tonight. 4 times. You didn't enjoy yourself to your heart's content. Who was he kidding? The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched and she looked disapproving. She pushed him away forcefully and got off the bed. She bent down to find a pair of slippers to put on and said calmly, "Then I'm sorry. You solve it yourself." She turned to leave but Hu Xiaoheng grabbed her arm. "Adult, did I satisfy your needs last night?" Hu Xiaoheng's voice was very low. It wasn't usually suitable to ask such a frivolous question, but when a serious person suddenly became frivolous, the lethality was multiplied. The person being asked didn't even realize it was a frivolous question. Gu Nianji turned to smile at him. "Of course, I still admire Major General Hu's abilities. I'm very satisfied." "That's good." Hu Xiaoheng also got off the bed. He only wore a pair of boxer briefs, his long legs and V-line dazzling Gu Nianji's eyes. Gu Nianji blushed and looked away. "Since I satisfied you, you have to satisfy me. So let's continue tonight." Hu Xiaoheng patted her cheek and smiled meaningfully. "Nianji, welcome to the world of adults." Gu Nianji froze on the edge of the bed as she watched Hu Xiaoheng's tall figure disappear through the bathroom door. She suddenly jumped up and scrambled to pack her things. She changed into the new clothes she had found yesterday and fled from Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. Carrying her small bag, she slipped to the entrance of Hu Xiaoheng's official residence and took out her phone to call Chen Lai. "Brother Qin. I'm Nianji. Are you up?" On Saturday mornings, if there was nothing special, Chen Lai would usually sleep a little longer. Chen Lai had just finished breakfast when Gu Nianji called. He looked at his watch and said to Gu Nianji, "It's already 9 o'clock. I should be up by now, no matter how lazy I am." "Tell me, what is it?" Gu Nianji stammered, "Can I come over to your place?" I have something to show you. Sure, Chen Lai replied readily. What's there to be embarrassed about with your brother Chin? Come on over. He asked again, where are you? Do you want me to pick you up? Gu Nianji remembered the way and walked over while talking on the phone. It was a Saturday morning at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, and the members still needed to do morning exercises. However, it was already 9 o'clock, and morning exercises had long since ended. It was winter in the imperial capital, and the weather was cold. Gu Nianji ran out in a hurry and didn't even put on a scarf. After walking for a while, she felt the cold wind blowing into her neck. However, she would rather freeze than go back to face Hu Xiaoheng's adult world. Hu Xiaoheng had already finished washing up and was sitting at the dining table eating breakfast. The orderly reported to him, Hu Xiao, Miss Gu just went out. It looks like she's heading towards the medical building. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. Is someone following her? Yes. Gu Nianji knew that every move an outsider made in the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces was being monitored. However, she couldn't care less. She had forced herself to be an adult in the morning, but Hu Xiaoheng had extinguished the little spark of adulthood before she could completely shake it up. Gu Nianji felt that she was really a coward. However, when she thought about last night, she still felt that it was okay to be a coward. Otherwise, if he did it again, her waist would be broken in half. She didn't know if it was because it had been a long time, but Hu Xiaoheng was really like a wolf last night and wanted her desperately. Gu Nianji blushed just thinking about it. When she arrived at Chen Lai's office, he had just put down the phone. He waved at Gu Nianji, who was standing at the door. Come in. Gu Nianji walked in with a smile and looked around. Brother Chen, you're alone. Where's your nurse? I heard you became a PhD supervisor and have started mentoring PhD students? Chen Lai smiled happily. It's Saturday today, so they're on break. I'm on duty. Gu Nianji chatted with him for a while, then took out Gu Tian's medical records that Xie Dezhao had given her from her little bag and handed it over. Brother Chen, I've been wanting to look for you for a long time. Did Hu Xiao tell you? Chen Lai took the medical records and looked at them. Oh, you want to ask about the Gu's daughter's genetic disease, right? Gu Nianji nodded. You're an expert. Can you help me see what kind of disease it is? Also, help me check to see if I have. She stopped talking. She didn't want to continue. The disease was like a shadow that shrouded her heart. Chen Lai was very fast. He looked at the medical records as he explained to Gu Nianji. From these medical records, Gu Tian's disease should be a genetic disease caused by a congenital gene deficiency. This missing gene should be on the male X chromosome and only passed down through the father to the daughter. For males, it's dominant, but for females, it's recessive. Chen Lai paused before continuing, but the Gu situation is very strange. From Gu Tian's medical records, it seems that the male gene is recessive, while the female gene is dominant. Therefore, the Gu's genetic disease was the opposite of what everyone knew. In males, it was recessive, but in females, there was a certain probability that it would become dominant. Do you know what gene is missing? Gu Nianji asked curiously. It's hard to say. Chen Lai shook his head. Do you know how many pairs of genes there are in the human DNA? This genetic disease with a gene deficiency may be different for every case. In Gu Tian's case, it's possible that the gene is missing is related to immune cells. I'll have to look into the details. Gu Nianji didn't expect to get an answer from Chen Lai right away. However, Chen Lai was an expert. He could definitely see more from Gu Tian's medical records than anyone else. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Qin, Gu Nianji said politely, then asked Chen Lai to examine her. Chen Lai's expression was a bit strange. He had just gotten off the phone with Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng had told him that Gu Nianji had to come to him every week for a physical examination to test for the Gu's daughter's genetic disease. Chen Lai had told Hu Xiaoheng immediately, Nianji doesn't need to be checked. She definitely doesn't have it. I sequenced all of her DNA and did all kinds of tests. She doesn't have any gene deficiency. Even if she did, with her insane genetic repair abilities, she would have already fixed it. What's there to check? Do you think I have nothing better to do if I have to check every week? Hu Xiaoheng spoke in a bureaucratic tone. I asked you to check, so just do it. So much bullshit. This is a mission. Chen Lai still didn't agree. He forced himself to say, then I'll tell Nianji that if she's willing to check every week, I have no objections. If she's not willing, then there's nothing I can do. Hu Xiaoheng only said 2 words, whatever. Faced with Gu Nianji's request, Chen Lai wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and stammered, Nianji, I've actually checked your body many times before, and you've always been fine. I really don't think you have this genetic deficiency. But Gu Tian also looked fine before, but as soon as she gave birth, something happened. Gu Nianji's eyes darted around. She didn't dare to meet Chen Lai's eyes, so she stammered, actually, I want to prepare for a rainy day and observe first. If there's a change, we'll be able to grasp it as soon as possible. Oh. Chen Lai nodded meaningfully, so you want to prepare for a rainy day. Understood. Alright, you do the check. Gu Nianji was happy and followed Chen Lai to his infirmary for the test. Chen Lai measured her height and weight, took her pulse, and did a brainwave scan. Gu Nianji originally thought Chen Lai was fooling her, but after the brainwave scan, she finally believed him. She lay obediently on the bed for a full half an hour and almost fell asleep. She rubbed her eyes and sat up when Chen Lai said, done. As soon as she woke up, she immediately smelled the delicious aroma of food and immediately felt hungry. She couldn't help sniffling, Brother Chen, do you have food here? I haven't had breakfast yet. Chen Lai turned to walk out and said with a smile, then come out and eat. Gu Nianji followed him out of the infirmary and arrived at Chen Lai's office. She saw Hu Xiaoheng sitting on the sofa in the office. There was a plate of soup dumplings, a pot of porridge, and a few side dishes on the coffee table in front of him. There were salted peanuts, crispy fried little silver fish, and a few pieces of pig's trotters with crystal meat. These were all Gu Nianji's favorite breakfast dishes when she was with Hu Xiaoheng. This was the second update. The Immortal's fate, 50,000 Chidian dollars, as a reward for leader Gu, had received. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes today is Monday, especially recommendation votes 7 p.m., the third update. Mwah. Chapter 896. Gu Nianji stopped at the door and looked at Hu Xiaoheng with sparkling eyes. Hu Xiaoheng raised his chin at the breakfast on the coffee table. Nianji left without having breakfast this morning. I brought this for her. Chen Lai looked at Hu Xiaoheng, then at Gu Nianji. He smiled. Nianji, you didn't come from school. Gu Nianji didn't dare lie in front of Hu Xiaoheng. She tried to remain calm. No. But she didn't say anything else. Hu Xiaoheng didn't expose her. He moved to the side of the sofa. Come and sit. Gu Nianji braced herself and walked over to sit beside him. Although she was a bit uncomfortable, she didn't hesitate for the sake of the breakfast on the table. She buried her head in her food. Eat slowly. No one's fighting with you. Hu Xiaoheng stood up and asked Chen Lai, is it convenient to talk? Chen Lai nodded. I have something to talk to you too. They entered Chen Lai's office one after the other. Hu Xiaoheng closed the door behind him. Go ahead. What's up, Hu Xiaoheng? Chen Lai sat on the swivel chair behind the desk. Hu Xiaoheng composed himself. You tested her. Yes. Chen Lai drawled lazily. She wouldn't listen to me. Oh, she's just worried that she'll end up like Gu Tian when she gives birth. She's a little girl. Hua Xiaoheng was very surprised. What did you say? What's she worried about? Wasn't she worried about her health? Chen Lai looked at him with disdain. You don't even know that. Then what did you think it was? She even swore that she'd check it out. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips. He didn't want to talk to Chen Lai anymore. Chen Lai seized the opportunity to harp on Hua Xiaoheng. It's been so long. Haven't you changed Ninji's mind yet? She's a good girl. She's soft and easy to coax. You should get off your high horse and coax her. Plus, isn't it embarrassing to lower your voice in front of your wife? Although Chen Lai had never been in a relationship, he was very good at it. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but look at him. Where did you learn all this? Did you sit in on our special ops class? Do I need to listen in? I'm a genius, and I know the psychology of women from 60 to 16 like the back of my hand. Chen Lai stretched out his palm and gestured. He said in high spirits, I'm all ready. I'm just missing a girlfriend to put my theory into practice. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head speechlessly. He knew Chen Lai wasn't reliable in this regard. All right, I'll be serious with you. Gu Yanran's mother, Gu Jing, was the granddaughter of Kasahara Shiro, the famous military doctor in Japan. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was very serious. The Gu family's matter has escalated from an economic case to an international political struggle and war crimes. When Chen Lai heard that it was the famous Shiro Kasahara, he fell silent for a moment. Are you serious? Gu Yanran's maternal great-grandfather was Shiro Kasahara. Gu Yanran is Japanese. Chen Lai's round eyes widened even more. He hadn't seen the video of Gu Nianji's trial, and Gu Nianji had used privacy as an excuse to request a closed trial, so the media couldn't get any information. Also, Chen Lai had been busy with a surgery at the Military General Hospital for the past few days, so he hadn't had time to ask around. Therefore, he didn't know the inside story of this lawsuit. Hua Xiaoheng nodded again. Our field personnel have already confirmed it. Chen Lai's expression darkened. It was rare for him to be so serious. He lowered his voice and said, So you're saying that it has something to do with Japan's infamous bioweapons? From the looks of it, there isn't enough direct evidence yet. Hua Xiaoheng's attitude was calm. But the chain of evidence basically points in that direction. Those animals. Chen Lai slammed the table. And those shameless scientists in the United States. Just for some experimental data, they didn't even pursue such a crazy war criminal. Of course. The leader of the Japanese bioweapons used all their experimental data to exchange for the United States not to prosecute them for war crimes. Hua Xiaoheng's voice turned cold. That data had been obtained by torturing and killing Hua Xia Empire citizens. In front of those evil animals, the citizens of the Hua Xia Empire weren't people, but pieces of wood and bricks. They weren't even comparable to animals or plants. They didn't have human senses and consciousness, and were just meat on their chopping board. They could torture them however they wanted, and their war crimes were even more serious than those of the generals who started the war of aggression. But such a serious war crime was so easily erased. These people all died of old age. Some of them are even teaching at universities. Chen Lai laughed mockingly. I wonder if those students know what methods their knowledgeable professor used to obtain that knowledge. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him and said coldly, As long as I'm here, those who harmed our citizens can forget about dying of old age. Brother, I'm impressed. Chen Lai gave Hua Xiaoheng a thumbs up. But this. Why don't you let me study Gu Yanran? Is she valuable? Hua Xiaoheng picked up the medical records Chen Lai had placed on the desk and looked at them. Will it help you understand Gu Tian's condition? Of course, it would be even better if we had the blood of her mother, Gu Jing. Chen Lai rubbed the back of his head. Did you find her? Shizuko Kasahara died many years ago. Hua Xiaoheng calmly flipped through Gu Tian's medical records. Our field agents personally went to Chiba County in Japan to investigate. Chiba County in Japan. Chen Lai chuckled. Most of the backbone of the infamous biochemical unit in Japan came from Chiba County. Kasahara Shiro was only one of them. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. I know. Moreover, the ordinary people of Chinya County know this very well. He remembered the old woman the field agents had met. She had bowed to them and apologized. I'm really sorry. It's unforgivable to do something like that to your country. That old woman, too, right? That's why she apologized to them, right? From a certain perspective, Chiba County was the base of the biochemical unit. But you can't let you study Gu Yanran just yet. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. I still feel like she didn't explain things clearly. Also, the person behind her probably doesn't want her to live. It won't be too late to let you study her after we find the person behind her. Fine. Chen Lai pouted. Then you have to remember what you promised me. Hua Xiaoheng stood up. When have I ever gone back on my word? When he walked out of Chen Lai's office, he saw that Gu Nianji had finished her breakfast. The plates were placed neatly on the coffee table. Hua Xiaoheng called the orderly to clean up and left. He looked at Gu Nianji with a smile. An adult, come back with me. Gu Nianji glared at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, that's not very kind of you. How long was he going to play the adult joke for? Fine. Nianji, come back with me. Hua Xiaoheng accepted her advice and stopped teasing her. Gu Nianji, on the other hand, felt uneasy. Her eyes drifted to the door as she muttered, I have to go back to school. I still have a thesis to finish. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and didn't make things difficult for her. Let's go. I'll send you back. Really? Gu Nianji was suspicious. You'll be so kind. To let me go. Hua Xiaoheng bent down and stopped less than 5 centimeters away from her. His gaze was deep. Don't tell me you don't want me to let you go. It was the third watch. A reminder about the recommendation votes and monthly votes today was Monday, especially the recommendation votes moi. Chapter 897. As soon as Hua Xiaoheng asked this, Gu Nianji immediately retorted, no way. Let me go, I'm more than happy to do so. Really? Hua Xiaoheng's face showed a faint smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. It only floated on his face like a perfect mask. Most people wouldn't be able to find fault with it, but Gu Nianji found it a bit jarring. She tilted her body sideways and slowly shifted her gaze away. Her delicate and plump lips pursed, revealing only a thin line. It was a stubborn expression, but when she pursed her lips tightly, 2 shallow dimples appeared on the corners of her lips. It was very amusing, and people couldn't help but want to kiss those dimples. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes gradually darkened. He slowly leaned over with great pressure, like a black panther staring at its prey, determined and calm. Gu Nianji's heart pounded, but she still forced herself to stand. She refused to show weakness, and she wouldn't dodge. She could feel Hua Xiaoheng's aura invading her. He was also like an alpha wolf, with a natural determination and perseverance to defend his territory. Gu Nianji pursed her lips even more, appearing even more stubborn. But Hua Xiaoheng only quickly kissed the little dimple on Gu Nianji's lips. Like a white steed flying across a crevice, or a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, he left a shallow mark on her dimple. Before Gu Nianji could react, Hua Xiaoheng had already pulled away. His lips were soft and warm, the complete opposite of his cold and hard personality. Gu Nianji felt like she was electrocuted where he kissed her lips. A ripple of numbness quickly spread through her heart and wouldn't stop for a long time. She reflexively covered her face, but when she looked up, she only saw Hu Xiaoheng's tall figure striding out the door. Wasn't this person moving too fast? Was he running away after flirting? Gu Nianji stood up and glared at the door of Chen Lai's office, wanting to stop Hu Xiaoheng. Chen Lai staggered out of the office and saw Gu Nianji staring at the door. He tilted his head to look. What's wrong? Where's Hu Xiao? Gu Nianji was speechless. She took a deep breath and warned herself not to stoop to that person's level. She picked up her bag. Brother Chen, I'm leaving now. Can I come back next week? Chen Lai chuckled and winked at her. Come if you want. There are no side effects to measuring your height and weight anyway, right? Gu Nianji, forget it, I won't lower myself to their level. Gu Nianji turned to leave. Coming out of the first floor of the medical building, Gu Nianji was surprised to see Hu Xiaoheng's car parked in the open space in front of the building. Hu Xiaoheng sat in the car with the window open. He rested one arm on the window and held a cigarette in his hand. White smoke curled up from the cigarette as if it had just been lit. Seeing that Gu Nianji had come out, Hu Xiaoheng raised his hand and threw the cigarette into the nearby trash can. He honked and looked at her. Get in. Gu Nianji, aren't you going back to school? Hu Xiaoheng looked at her from the car, his expression calm and composed. It was as if the man who had been flirting with her in Chen Lai's office was a figment of her imagination and didn't exist at all. Gu Nianji walked over and stood in front of the window to smile at him. Of course, why wouldn't I? But how can I ask Hu Xiao to be my driver? Hu Xiaoheng poked his head out of the window and whispered into Gu Nianji's ear. I've even been your ride before. What's there to be embarrassed about being your driver? Gu Nianji froze. Ride? When did I? Didn't you ride on top of me last night? Hu Xiaoheng's voice was so low that it seemed to be whispered into the dust, but his expression remained impassive. He reached out from the car and rubbed Gu Nianji's smooth cheek with the back of his hand. It's cold. Get in the car. Gu Nianji finally understood what Hu Xiaoheng was talking about. Her face burned as she went around to the other side and got into the passenger seat. She turned to glare at Hu Xiaoheng. You still have the nerve to say that? You're the one who forced me. Up there, Hu Xiaoheng gave her a half smile and turned to look at her. He rolled up the window, started the car, and drove to the main gate of the Special Operations Forces headquarters. As they drove, the soldiers standing guard on the road saluted their car. Hu Xiaoheng waved at the soldiers outside the car as a greeting. The car sped all the way and quickly got on the highway. Gu Nianji kept looking at the scenery outside the window and didn't speak to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng turned on the radio in the car to break the awkward silence between them. The radio in his car was set to the military channel, of course. It was actually broadcasting about the military art troupe again. She didn't know if it was because Tan Guiren was the best talent the military art troupe had recruited in the past few years, but the publicity was overwhelming and was no less than that of a popular celebrity. Also, because it was a military channel, it was much more impressive than those small-time celebrities. Gu Nianji wasn't angry this time. Her mood gradually improved as she listened to Tan Guiren's melodious music on the radio. Hu Xiaoheng saw that she was fascinated and couldn't help asking her. Have you ever thought about why Tan Guiren joined the military art troupe? What does that mean? What does that mean? Gu Nianji frowned. Could there be another meaning? She hadn't thought about it at first, but now that Hu Xiaoheng mentioned it, she also sensed that something was off. From what I know, Prime Minister Tan is currently being impeached, and the impeachment case in the Senate hasn't ended yet. How did Tan Guiren join the military art troupe? Gu Nianji also noticed something was off. This is joining the military, isn't it? Of course, joining the military art troupe meant joining the military. One couldn't join the military art troupe without joining the military. Gu Nianji grew up with Hu Xiaoheng in the military, so she was familiar with such basic knowledge. Hu Xiaoheng nodded approvingly and encouraged her. Yes, and what else? If Tan Guiren was able to join the military, then it means that she passed her background check and met the requirements, Gu Nianji deduced one by one. But Prime Minister Tan's impeachment case hasn't ended yet. How did she pass her background check and pass her background check? Logically speaking, if a direct or collateral relative had a criminal record, such a person couldn't become a civil servant or join the military, much less join the military art troupe. With Tan Guiren's qualifications and education, she would be an officer the moment she joined the military. She would at least be a captain. Tan Guiren has already officially joined the military art troupe. Gu Nianji made a bold assumption and carefully verified it. The military's TV and radio stations are taking turns to broadcast it. That means she has officially joined. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her again. What did you figure out? Gu Nianji froze slightly and quickly connected Tan Guiren joining the military art troupe with Prime Minister Tan's impeachment case. It looks like Prime Minister Tan's impeachment case will pass smoothly. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and explained in more depth to Gu Nianji. That's right. This means that Prime Minister Tan's wife, Madame Kai's family, has stepped in again to ensure that their son-in-law passes. Prime Minister Tan's impeachment case has already reached an agreement behind the scenes, so he won't be impeached and removed from office. That's why Tan Guiren can successfully join the military art troupe. Gu Nianji completely understood. Also, the military's TV and radio stations are taking turns to broadcast it to send a signal to all the competing forces. They're telling them that this matter has already reached an agreement behind the scenes, so they can quit while they're ahead. Smart girl. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help but rub her head. In the future, don't just think about being jealous when you encounter something like this. Think more about the meaning behind it. But Gu Nianji still didn't understand. She ignored the innuendo in Hu Xiaoheng's words and asked in confusion, are Kai Songyin's family that powerful? Also, Prime Minister Tan treated Kai Songyin like that. Instead of supporting their daughter, they continue to protect this son-in-law. About that, if you have the time, you can investigate Prime Minister Tan's wife, Madame Kai's family, and see why they want to protect Prime Minister Tan. Also, find out what power and status they have to be able to make all sides reach a compromise. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji with a smile. He thought that way, Gu Nianji's attention wouldn't always be on Tan Guiren joining the military art troupe. To be honest, if Gu Nianji really had this thorn in her heart that couldn't be removed, Hu Xiaoheng would still have a headache. It would be best if she could think through the twists and turns and see further, so she wouldn't limit herself to relationships. When one reached Hu Xiaoheng's position, many things could affect the whole situation. Every time the opponent made a move, they would never have only one goal. Using the opponent's power to attack, knocking on the mountain to scare the tiger, luring the snake out of its hole, and attacking the besieged by besieging the besieged were all martial arts skills. She was his wife, so she wanted to be like him and look at the scenery from a high vantage point. Tan Guiren joining the military art troupe not only meant that Prime Minister Tan's impeachment case had passed smoothly, but it also meant that she wanted to test the military. Hu Xiaoheng didn't explain this to Gu Nianji in detail. It would be best if she could think of this herself. It was fine if she didn't. Gu Nianji wasn't from the military, so Hu Xiaoheng didn't want her to have too much contact with military matters for now. As expected, Gu Nianji was attracted by Hu Xiaoheng's words. She immediately took out her phone and began to search for any information she could find on Prime Minister Tan's wife, Kai Songyin's family. Most of the information she could find online was news reports. Occasionally, she could see some sporadic discussions in a small number of forums. Most of the reports were very positive and had almost no dark history. This was too strange for Gu Nianji, who was used to watching fights on forums. Any internet celebrity would have a dark history all over the place. She asked Hua Xiaoheng on her phone. The Kais were indeed very powerful in the past, but after so many years, even their descendants are clean and innocent. That's really rare. Gu Nianji knew about the influential families, such as the Bais, the Jis, the Longs, and the Huas. She could easily find some unflattering rumors circulating on the internet, but there was no negative news about the Kais at all. It didn't make sense. Hua Xiaoheng drove to Gu Nianji's dormitory and stopped. He turned to her and said, "Then you'll have to find the answer yourself. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll always be victorious." Gu Nianji opened the car door disapprovingly. "What does the Kais have to do with me? I've given them face, but they want me to know myself and know my enemy. I'm just curious." This was the first watch. It was still the third watch, so the first watch would be the monthly votes. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. The monthly votes would be 3,000 plus updates at 1 p.m. The third watch at 7 p.m. PS. Thank you to Momo Moshi and Bagel16 for tipping 10,000 Chigen coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 898. Hua Xiaoheng smiled as he watched her jump out of the car. Gu Nianji pouted when she said this. Her lips were very alluring. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but lean over to pinch her cheek. "You're the only one with a small face." "Of course, I have a small face. It's photogenic." Gu Nianji smacked Hua Xiaoheng's hand away. "Don't be touchy. It'll look bad if other people see it. Don't pinch my face, I'm not a child anymore." "Oh, you're an adult." Hua Xiaoheng continued her sentence. His eyes swept over Gu Nianji's chest meaningfully and he whistled softly. Gu Nianji blushed and turned to leave. Every weekend after that, Gu Nianji went to the headquarters of the Special Forces to find Chen Lai for a checkup and various tests. Of course, not only were the results normal, but they were also very normal. Chen Lai still insisted that Gu Nianji didn't have the Gu family's genetic disease. Gu Nianji looked at her test results and asked confusedly, "Why? Aunt has a genetic disease, how can I not have it? Didn't Gu Xiangwen prepare Gu Yanran as a treatment option? If she wasn't sick, why would she adopt Gu Yanran?" For more than a month, Chen Lai studied Gu Tian's medical records thoroughly. He also studied many genetic maps of familial diseases. He discovered a problem from this comparison. "Nianji, I suspect that your Aunt Gu Tian's disease isn't hereditary." Chen Lai pushed his round glasses up the bridge of his nose and reminded Gu Nianji seriously. Gu Nianji couldn't believe her ears. "What did you say? It's not hereditary. But you also said it's caused by a genetic defect." "That's our misunderstanding." Chen Lai took out 2 genetic maps and showed them to Gu Nianji. "Look, this one is the genetic map of a real familial disease. This is the result of your Aunt Gu Tian's DNA sequencing. It's a comparison of your DNA." Gu Nianji felt dizzy looking at all the data. "Can you see the difference? Hereditary diseases are formed from one genetic mutation. Subsequent mutations or genetic defects are passed down. Your Aunt Gu Tian's illness seems to be caused by a genetic mutation. It's not inherited from the previous generation." Chen Lai expressed his opinion. "Look, this is the difference between the 2 pictures." Gu Nianji looked at it for a long time but still couldn't quite understand the difference between the 2 pictures. After all, she wasn't a medical student. However, she could understand Chen Lai's explanation. "Are you saying that my aunt's genes mutated, and that's why she became the Gu family's hereditary disease?" In other words, if the Gu family had a hereditary disease, Gu Tian was the source of the first mutation. Chen Lai nodded heavily. "That's exactly what I meant. Gu Tian's illness is not hereditary, but genetic mutation. That's interesting. Did she have a genetic mutation when she was born, or was she affected by the environment? Gu Nianji asked thoughtfully. This is a difficult problem. If only I could find someone from the previous generation of the Gu family, which is your grandparents' generation, then I could perfectly verify my theory. Chen Lai shook his head as he looked at the genetic map he had created. He was fascinated. Other people couldn't understand the data, but to him, it was more attractive than the most beautiful woman. Gu Nianji shrugged. Then I can't help you. I heard that my grandfather's generation passed away a long time ago. I heard that it was my father, Gu Xiangwen, who took over the family at a young age and raised my sister. This was what Xia Dezhao had said. Of course, he had heard it from Gu Tian. Based on their understanding of Gu Xiangwen's growth and fortune, it also reflected this theory. The Gu daughter's hereditary disease had officially entered a bottleneck at this stage. It looked like Gu Tian was the only one with the disease. Gu Nianji actually wasn't sick. Perhaps she had been cured. But how did Gu Xiangwen cure her? Gu Yanran definitely wasn't used for a bone marrow transplant or a gene transplant. Her mother, Gu Jing, didn't either. So why did Gu Xiangwen adopt Gu Jing and Gu Yanran? Gu Nianji couldn't figure out the series of questions. However, she firmly believed that her father was a good person. He must have his reasons for doing this. And it must be because of her aunt Gu Tian's illness. As for herself, she was inclined to believe that she was also sick. Perhaps she had been cured, or perhaps she was still in the latent stage. But now that she had been tested for a month and everything was normal, her worries gradually lessened. Chen Lai took out afternoon tea to eat with her. It's Christmas Eve next Saturday. What plans do you have? Gu Nianji was stunned. Christmas Eve next Saturday. So soon, she couldn't help but think of Christmas Eve last year. Had it only been a year? Why did she feel like she had lived an entire lifetime? Gu Nianji spaced out for a while before quietly changing the topic. She looked at Chen Lai. Brother Chen, how do you want to spend it? Chen Lai smiled and muttered, last year I spent it with Dr. Yi. It was late, and we were still in the hospital for surgery. I was starving when I came out, so she made me a bowl of noodles. Gu Nianji was speechless. It was Christmas Eve. Why did they make it sound like Valentine's Day? All she could think about was the time she had spent with the person she used to love. Gu Nianji hesitated for a long time before squeezing out a sentence. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why do you have to be so attached to a single flower? Chen Lai snorted with laughter. He almost couldn't hold the cake in his hand. Gu Nianji took the cake from him and made tea for him. Brother Chen, to be honest, Dr. Yi doesn't deserve such a good person like you. You'll find a woman who likes you and also likes you. Chen Lai glared at her. You make it sound better than a song. What about you? Don't say I don't know you've been fighting with Hua Xiao. If you think I'm fighting, then we have nothing to talk about. Gu Nianji stopped smiling. She didn't pity Chen Lai at all. Chen Lai finally became serious. Nianji, are you serious? Gu Nianji didn't nod or shake her head. She quietly looked down and took a sip of milk tea. Chen Lai saw this and quickly changed the topic. Actually, Christmas isn't that interesting. It's not like it's our holiday. We're just joining in the fun. It's mainly the atmosphere. Gu Nianji smiled. I remember it snowed heavily on Christmas Eve last year. Okay, she had come back to it herself. Chen Lai chuckled. I understand. It's so romantic on a snowy day. Gu Nianji was speechless. She should stop talking. The more she said, the more mistakes she made. Gu Nianji finished her milk tea and helped Qianlai wash the teacups. She put them back and was about to leave when she heard footsteps coming from the hallway. The art troupe's car is here. Go see. The beauty of the army. She's so beautiful in real life. Even more beautiful than on TV. She plays the violin really well. She's someone with real skills. Her father is the prime minister and her mother is from the Kai family. She's a real aristocrat. Gu Nianji's eyes shifted. She instantly knew who was coming. The doctors and nurses in the hallway were eager to see the show. Gu Nianji lazily said to Qianlai, who was in the inner room, "Brother Qin, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come to the Special Operations Forces headquarters now." Qianlai had just come out of the inner room. He didn't know what she was talking about. He asked blankly, "What's wrong? Who's here?" Gu Nianji stood up and crossed her arms to the door. She pouted disdainfully. "Look, everyone's in a hurry to see the show." Qianlai poked his head out and called out to a nurse curiously. "Hey! Why are you guys running?" The nurse was elated. "Dr. Chen, the military art troupe just arrived. I heard the Prime Minister's daughter, who just joined the army this year, is also here. They're giving us a performance tonight." Qianlai was speechless. What a mother of asterisk her. What a troublemaker. Qianlai snapped out of his daze and turned to look at Gu Nianji. She looked normal and didn't show any signs of emotion. Except for the Tom, Dick, or Harry part. Qianlai sighed and reached out to rub her head. "Little girl, you're good at pretending. If you're unhappy, then be unhappy. Why are you acting like you don't care?" "I'm not pretending." Gu Nianji lowered her arms and glared at Qianlai. "I just thought it was strange. I've been with you guys for so many years, but I've never seen the military art troupe send warmth to you guys." She laughed as she spoke. Qianlai looked at her and laughed with her. This was hilarious no matter how they listened to it. It was definitely worth laughing about. Gu Nianji and Qianlai were both wondering how Hua Xiaoheng would respond. After all, it had never happened before. At that moment, in the Special Operations Forces headquarters office building not far from the medical building, Hua Xiaoheng looked up from behind his desk and asked Yin Shixiang calmly, "What did you say?" "Say it again." His tone was gentle, and his voice was slow. He sounded very gentle. However, Yin Shixiang shuddered when he heard it. He even stuttered. "Hua Xiaohua, it's almost the end of the year. The military is conducting a surprise inspection, and they brought the military art troupe here to report on their performance. It was the second night watch, and the monthly tickets had been delivered. It was still the third night watch. It was the third night watch." Chapter 899. A surprise military inspection. Hua Xiaoheng stood up from behind his desk. "Who's leading the team? Don't let them in yet. They're already in." Yin Shixiang's legs didn't tremble, and he didn't stutter anymore. He looked like he had nothing left to live for. It didn't matter what he did. What was there to be afraid of? "They're in." Hua Xiaoheng picked up his military cap and put it on. "Yes. Go arrest the people standing guard at the gate today. Lock them up first and then send them to the military court." Yin Shixiang's jaw almost dropped. "Hua Xiao. This has nothing to do with them, right? I know the people from the military came in with the highest A-class pass issued by the special forces." Hua Xiaoheng turned around to look at him. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. Yin Shixiang suddenly felt like his legs were broken at the knees. He just wanted to kneel down. A-class passes can only allow 2 people in. How many people did the guards let in today? Hua Xiaoheng put on his leather belt and strode out. Yin Shixiang's heart trembled. He quickly followed Hua Xiaoheng out and said carefully. Hua Xiao, General Hua led the team here, General Hua. There was only one general with the surname Hua in the Supreme Military Council, and that was Hua Xiaoheng's father, Hua Guanchen. Hua Guanchen was the director of the military political department. At the end of the year, his political department was indeed the busiest. It seemed like the soldiers on guard knew Hua Guanchen. They knew he was Hua Xiaoheng's father and the director of the military political department with the rank of general. They had also come in with the excuse of a surprise inspection. So they let them in. Normally, if it was any other department in the military, there would be no problem at all. But the special forces was an exception. In this place, the military structure was different from other military regions. Therefore, they had to abide by different principles and rules. Even in terms of military law, the special forces had their own special rules. Anyone who wanted to meddle in the special forces' affairs could not be tolerated. Hua Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks. He didn't say anything and continued walking forward. When he arrived at the office building, he saw 3 military vehicles parked in the square in front of the building. His father, Hua Guanchen, was in the lead jeep with his driver, orderlies, and personal secretaries. In the second car sat a staff member from the military political department, probably in charge of spot checks. The third car was a larger limousine, about the size of a bus. It was a special car used by the military art troupe to send warmth to the grassroots. It was spacious inside, and not only could it fit people, but it could also fit many musical instruments and props. It was indeed very convenient. The square was already surrounded by a circle of people. There were soldiers with live ammunition. There were also medical staff in white coats. There were also some members who were dressed in normal clothes and were training in the base. They did not go out to the field. Everyone was very excited and pointed at the limousine. The curtains of the limousine were drawn, but there were also people inside who lifted the curtains and looked out curiously. Hua Xiaoheng put on his Bluetooth headset and ordered Zhao Liangzi, intercept all cell phone signals in the military base and any cell phones that attempt to connect to the military base's Wi-Fi. Locate them one by one. Zhao Liangzi didn't come out. He was in the central control room doing an annual inspection of the system. When he heard Hua Xiaoheng's order, he immediately turned on the signal jamming system in the central control room and began to scan and identify all the cell phone signals in the base. As for the cell phones that attempted to connect to the military base's Wi-Fi, it was even easier to check. They had a Wi-Fi signal that allowed outsiders to connect, but this was purely a phishing signal tower. Every cell phone that pressed "agree" to connect had given up all their privacy rights in front of them. Hua Xiaoheng strode towards Hua Guanchen's car. Hua Guanchen was already angry that he was blocked in the square and couldn't enter. When Hua Xiaoheng finally arrived, he got out of the jeep and frowned at Hua Xiaoheng. "Tell your soldiers to put away their guns. How can you point your guns at your own people? What kind of behavior is that? Do you want to make a mistake?" Hua Xiaoheng stood in front of Hua Guanchen and saluted him. "Hello, Chief." Hua Guanchen's resentment was instantly vented. This son still remembered that he was his father in front of outsiders. He was giving him face. Hua Guanchen's stern face gradually broke into a smile. He nodded. "Yes, Xiaoheng, I brought people here today." Hua Xiaoheng put down his saluting hand and interrupted Hua Guanchen. "General Hua, please pick one person. The rest of the people you brought will be put in detention." Put in detention. Hua Guanchen was stunned. "Put in detention? Are you sure you got the wrong people? These people are from the political department and the military art troupe. They're not from the special operations forces. You have no right to put them in detention." "Yes, it's precisely because they're not from the special operations forces that they trespassed into a restricted military area. Who knows how many things they shouldn't have seen? Who knows how many people might have leaked information? We didn't even do a background check on those people and let them in. This is a huge mistake we shouldn't have made. Hu Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and spread his legs slightly apart. He stood in front of Hu Guanchen, taller than him. But this is our fault. We didn't guard the place properly and let people in who shouldn't have. I've already sent people to the gate to arrest the people who were standing guard today. They'll be sent to the military court soon. Hu Guanchen finally understood what Hu Xiaoheng meant. He wanted to put him in his place. You've grown up. How can you talk to me like that? Hu Guanchen's hand trembled as he took out a document with a red stamp. Look at this yourself. This is a surprise inspection order issued by the Supreme Military Council. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at it. We don't object to the surprise inspection, but the Special Operations Forces headquarters has a special status. Even if it's a surprise inspection, you need a pass to enter. May I ask if you have all the passes with you? Hu Guanchen was speechless. He carefully looked at the surprise inspection order in his hand. It didn't seem to say anything about exempting the pass. If it didn't specifically say that the pass was exempted, then it meant that the pass was needed to enter. Hu Guanchen was a little embarrassed. Surprise inspections of other departments were part of his job. He only applied for a surprise inspection order for Hu Xiaoheng's Special Operations Forces. He didn't expect that there would be a programming error and Hu Xiaoheng would catch him red-handed. He thought about it and was about to ask Hu Xiaoheng to make an exception and apply for the pass immediately to let them in first. However, Hu Xiaoheng waved his hand and the armed soldiers on the side of the square surrounded them. The medical staff who were watching knew that something had happened. They quickly left the square and returned to their own medical building. General Hu, please pick one person to take with you. We'll put the rest of them in detention and interrogate them one by one. Hu Xiaoheng said mercilessly. He had no intention of making an exception. It was the third watch, and it was still the third watch today. Good night, my dears. Chapter 900. Hu Guanchen's face darkened when he saw how stubborn Hu Xiaoheng was. Hu Guanchen stood in front of Hu Xiaoheng with his hands behind his back, and his aura grew. He had been the director of the political department for many years, and he was the highest-ranking political department in the military. Hu Guanchen was not someone who did nothing. He looked up at Hu Xiaoheng, who had a serious expression on his face, and said in a low voice, "You really want to do business with me, don't you?" "Okay, let's do business." Hu Guanchen looked through the inspection order again as he spoke. He had been intimidated by Hu Xiaoheng just now and almost thought that he had really made a mistake. Now that he looked at the special inspection order again, Hu Guanchen came back to his senses and shook the order in front of Hu Xiaoheng. It doesn't say that I have to be exempted from the pass, but it also says that I am authorized to act at my own discretion. Major General Hu, do you know what act at your own discretion means? Simply put, the authorization of these words could be big or small. To put it in a big way, it meant that Hu Guanchen could do whatever he thought was appropriate. To put it in a small way, it could also mean that he would cooperate with Hu Xiaoheng's work. Therefore, these red-headed documents would never be written in stone. They would be ambiguous if they could and let the people below understand the meaning of the higher-ups. Just like the American Constitution, it only had a total of 7,500 words, but it was the foundation of American law. Its meaning lay in the court's interpretation of it during the trial. In other words, every judge could have their own interpretation, and as long as this interpretation was in line with the inherent logic of the Constitution, it was a legal interpretation and had the force of law. Hu Guanchen was now using this logic to speak to Hu Xiaoheng. His rank and position were higher than Hu Xiaoheng's. If he wanted to explain it this way, and Hu Xiaoheng couldn't think of a good way to respond, he had no choice but to give in. Hu Xiaoheng's dark eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Calmly taking the inspection order from Hu Guanchen, Hu Xiaoheng read it carefully. There was very little text on this inspection order, only a simple line. We hereby send General Political Director Huo Guanchen to lead a surprise inspection of the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. The relevant departments should actively cooperate and act at their own discretion. It was signed with the seal of the Standing Council of the Supreme Military Council. This was the military's highest authority. Hu Xiaoheng read it carefully twice and felt that something was wrong. After staring at the inscription for a while, a thought flashed through his mind, and he remembered. He smiled as he handed the spot inspection order back to Hu Guanchen. General Hua, I'm sorry, but your spot inspection order is somewhat illegal. Can you go back and issue another one before coming back for a spot inspection? Illegal? Huo Guanchen was shocked. This is the seal of the Supreme Military Council. How dare you say it's illegal? General Hua, I think you may have forgotten that when the Special Operations Forces was established, it was authorized by both the Senate and the Supreme Military Council. At that time, it was stipulated that any actions taken by domestic agencies against the Special Operations Forces must be authorized by both the Senate and the Supreme Military Council. This spot check order of yours is only authorized by the Supreme Military Council, not the Senate. So, I'm sorry, but even you are not allowed to come in for a spot check. Hu Xiaoheng managed to block Huo Guanchen. He had just said that he could bring one person in with his special A pass, but now he couldn't even come in himself. How ironic. Huo Guanchen's face turned purple with anger, and his brows gradually furrowed. His dissatisfaction with Hu Xiaoheng was clear on his face. At that moment, the 3 cars that Huo Guanchen had brought with him were parked in the plaza in front of the Special Operations Forces headquarters building. The people in the cars were all quiet, and no one dared to get out. Other than that, there were only the armed soldiers of the Special Operations Forces surrounding them. There was no one else to be seen. Gu Nianji and Chenlai leaned against the window on the 18th floor of the medical building and looked in the direction of the plaza. The sky was blue and cloudless. Although the sun was shining, it was still chilly. It was a typical winter climate in the imperial capital. Because they were far away, they couldn't see clearly what was happening. Chenlai took out 2 binoculars from his office and gave one to Gu Nianji. They looked in the direction of the plaza. Brother Chen, Hu Xiao, and his father don't seem to be on good terms. Gu Nianji communicated with Chenlai as she watched. Chenlai snickered and said, "Ever since I met Hu Xiao more than a decade ago, the father and son have never been on good terms. I'll be the one shocked when they're on good terms one day." Gu Nianji also found it funny. That seems to be the case. Hu Xiao's relationship with his father is pretty strained. Gu Nianji naturally sided with Hu Xiaoheng's mother, Song Jining. Therefore, she didn't have a good impression of Hu Xiaoheng's father and had no intention of persuading Hu Xiaoheng to build a good relationship with his father. She wasn't a saint, and she didn't want to interfere with other people's family matters. However, watching the father and son face off in the plaza, she felt strange. If only I could know what they're talking about, Gu Nianji muttered to herself regretfully. Chenlai snorted. What's so difficult about that? Just call Big Xiong and you'll know what they're talking about. Oh. That's right. Gu Nianji happily took out her phone and called Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang was wearing a Bluetooth headset and stood nervously behind Hu Xiaoheng. When he heard that Gu Nianji's call was connected, he couldn't help but take a step back and whisper. "Nianji, what's up?" Gu Nianji also lowered her voice. "Brother Xiong, Hu Xiao is arguing with his father." "What happened?" Yin Shixiang knew that Gu Nianji was having a physical examination with Chenlai today. After thinking about it, he turned on the speaker function of the Bluetooth headset and whispered. "Listen to it yourself." This time, Gu Nianji could not only see the situation in the distant plaza through the binoculars, but she could also hear everything that was happening in the plaza through the phone. The Special Operations Forces had specially made multifunctional Bluetooth headsets for field missions. Of course, they weren't the same as the regular ones on the market. The voices were as clear as if they were standing next to Hua Xiaoheng. Chenlai said from the side, "Use the speaker and let me listen too." Gu Nianji followed his instructions and turned on the speaker so she didn't have to hold it to her ear. Gu Nianji and Chenlai held the binoculars and listened to the sounds coming from the phone. It was like they were watching a show. They happily enjoyed the father and son argument in the plaza. Hua Xiaoheng raised his chin. "Please go back before I change my mind." Compared to being grounded just now, going back the way they came was obviously a better choice. Hua Xiaoheng had no intention of intensifying the conflict. He still gave Hua Guanchen a way out. Hua Guanchen glared at Hua Xiaoheng angrily. His hands clenched into fists. He felt extremely wronged. Even if there was a way out, what kind of way was that? They were being directly kicked out, and he still had to sing praises for them. Just as the two of them were locked in a standoff, the door of the large, wide, and tall RV in the plaza suddenly opened. A tall woman wearing long leather boots and a short leather jacket walked out. She had long eyebrows, an oval face, and a high nose bridge. Her full lips were smeared with bright red lipstick. It was so dazzling that people couldn't look at her directly. Especially her eyes. When she stared at you, they were focused and captivating. It was as if you were her entire world. But when she looked away, it would make you feel like you had been abandoned by the whole world. She stood in front of the RV and turned around to reach her hand into the RV. "Cousin, come down." The person inside seemed to hesitate for a moment. After a few minutes, a similarly tall woman walked out of the limousine. She wore a pure white cashmere slim-fit coat. It was obvious that she was wearing a skirt and boots underneath. However, her aura was completely different from the woman in front of her. The woman who came out later was elegant and had a scholarly air about her. It was Tan Guiren. "Cousin." Tan Guiren was a bit uneasy. "Let's go back. We shouldn't do anything that's against the rules." "How is it against the rules?" The glamorous woman raised her long eyebrows high. "Come with me. I promise to follow the rules." Tan Guiren gave her a look of obvious disbelief. The glamorous woman laughed. "Cousin, have you forgotten what I do in the United States? Don't worry, we don't do anything illegal." Tan Guiren finally understood and followed the glamorous woman over. Standing next to Hua Guanchen, the glamorous woman narrowed her eyes and looked Hua Xiaoheng up and down. Although she had always had high standards and had seen many handsome men in her years abroad, she had to admit that a man as handsome as Hua Xiaoheng, who was so handsome he left people speechless, was extremely masculine and extremely manly. "General Hua, what's the matter?" Although she was attracted by Hua Xiaoheng's elegance, this woman was past the age where she would be smitten by a man's appearance. So she only glanced at Hua Xiaoheng before turning to Hua Guanchen. Hua Guanchen saw that she had come over and his attitude softened a bit. He said gently, "Madam Kai, I've embarrassed myself." As he spoke, he turned to Hua Xiaoheng and introduced, "This is Madam Kai Xingnan, who just returned to the country not long ago. She is currently the head lawyer for Prime Minister Tan and his wife's legal team. She is also his personal assistant and has a very close relationship with the Senate." The last sentence was actually a deliberate reminder to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. Madam Kai Xingnan's information had just been placed on his desk not long ago. It could be said that Madam Kai Xingnan, who had just returned from the United States, had been able to successfully pass Prime Minister Tan's impeachment. Kai Xingnan was also 29 years old this year and was half a year younger than Hua Xiaoheng. She had always been a lawyer in the United States and was a partner of the second largest law firm in the United States. She was still very famous in the American legal community, but not many ordinary people knew about her. However, almost everyone in the United States knew about her father, Kai Su-min. More than a decade ago, there was a president in the United States who was impeached by Congress because he had an affair with his female intern. He was almost forced to step down. Madam Kai Shing-nan's father, Kai Su-min, was the head lawyer for that president's personal legal team at the time. He was the one who had helped that president overcome a difficult situation and settled the United States House of Representatives and Senate, which prevented the president from being impeached and removed from office. More than a decade ago, Kai Shing-nan, who had just entered university, had followed her father through the entire impeachment case. She had been influenced by how it was handled and learned many things. She had also been able to draw inferences about other cases from one case and had helped the legal team come up with many ideas. At the time, the impeachment case had been successfully passed. Kai Shing-nan, who had just entered the industry, had also put in a lot of effort. Prime Minister Tan's wife, Kai Song-yin, was Kai Song-yin's biological aunt. When Prime Minister Tan encountered this difficult situation, Kai Song-yin had finally gone to her older brother from her maiden family to help. Her older brother had sent his daughter, Kai Shing-nan, back to the Hua Xia Empire to personally handle it. Finally, they had settled the upper and lower houses of the Hua Xia Empire's parliament. Now that this person was standing in front of him, she was no longer the cold data on the report. She was a real person. Hua Xiaoheng nodded politely at her. "Hello, Madam Kai. Please return to the car. This is not a place for you." "Oh. Is that so?" Kai Shing-nan tilted her head and looked at Hua Xiaoheng. She said with interest, "If I don't go up, what will you do? Lock me up and torture me?" Hua Xiaoheng's expression was normal as he said calmly, "Our military never abuses prisoners. Torture is the U.S. military specialty. We will not steal their thunder." This was the first 3,500-word chapter. It was a big chapter. There were 2 chapters today. The second chapter at 7 p.m. moi. Chapter 901. Kai Shing-nan folded her hands behind her back and smiled with interest. Major General Hua truly lives up to his reputation. I'm impressed. Hua Xiaoheng remained calm and glanced at the guards. A few guards immediately walked over and pointed their guns at Kai Shing-nan. They said in a fierce voice, "Get in the car." Kai Shing-nan's expression didn't change despite being surrounded by guns. She smiled at Hua Xiaoheng and said, "Major General Hua, don't be so impatient. Since we can come, we naturally completed the procedures. Can you get your people to put away their guns?" Hua Xiaoheng admired Madame Kai's courage for being able to remain calm with so many people pointing guns at her head. However, he didn't intend to waste his breath on her. "Since you're not getting in the car, then take her away." Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand. The 2 soldiers immediately twisted Kai Shing-nan's hands, one on the left and one on the right, and were about to take her to the detention room. Kai Shing-nan finally realized that Hua Xiaoheng was serious and meant what he said. However, she was also brave and wasn't afraid at all. It was just that the 2 soldiers roughly twisted her arms hurt so much that tears almost came out. She held back her tears and embarrassed herself on the spot. Tan Guiren had been standing on the side in fear. Seeing her majestic cousin being arrested by Hua Xiaoheng because of a disagreement, she quickly stepped forward and said, "We'll leave now." "Leave now? Major General Hua, please spare my cousin this time. She just came back from abroad and doesn't understand." Hua Xiaoheng ignored Tan Guiren's pleas and turned to leave. Kai Shing-nan smiled and raised her voice behind Hua Xiaoheng. "Major General Hua, if you leave now, I promise I'll take you to the military court. Even if you're fine in the end, your official career will be over." What kind of person was Hua Xiaoheng? He had never accepted threats, let alone threats from his enemies. He acted as if he hadn't heard anything and walked unhurriedly toward the office building with his back straight. The soldiers were also impatient and waved their hands, wishing they could lock up all these self-righteous people. Huo Guanshen's face darkened as he said to Kai Xingnan, "Ms. Kai, don't say things that you shouldn't say. Why bother yourself?" Kai Xingnan didn't care at all. She gestured for Huo Guanshen to calm down, then raised her voice and said to Huo Xiaoheng, "Major General Huo, you said that we don't have a pass, so we're trespassing on a restricted military site. But what if we have a pass?" Huo Xiaoheng stopped. He was silent for a while, then he turned around and said indifferently, "If you have a pass, you have to show it at the entrance and accept the inspection. However, you don't have the authorization of the council, so you can't do it even if you have a pass." Kai Xingnan nodded. "What if we have authorization from the Senate?" What a joke. When had she, Kai Xingnan, ever made a mistake in her work? In order to come to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, she had already thoroughly studied all kinds of laws and regulations. She had prepared all the authorization, passes, and restrictions on the number of people needed. Huo Guanshen had been in the military for too long, so he might not have paid much attention to these details. To be honest, he didn't need to pay much attention to them, but Kai Xingnan was different. She had just returned to the country, and she worked in the legal field. She had always been very strict, and this was a restricted military site. Of course, she had to know herself and the enemy to win every battle. Huo Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. He slowly walked back. "You have authorization from the Senate, right? But why didn't General Huo know about this?" Huo Guanshen's expression became even more unpleasant. Kai Xingnan was using him as a tool to test Huo Xiaoheng's attitude, wasn't she? She didn't use the authorization from the Senate. Was she deliberately watching him make a fool of himself? "Madam Kai, if you had authorization, why didn't you tell me in advance? Besides, I didn't even apply for authorization from the Senate. What's the use of your application?" Huo Guanshen was very dissatisfied with Kai Xingnan's attitude. Kai Xingnan smiled and comforted him. "I'm also helping out in Speaker Long's office right now. I asked him for an authorization to give to you. I didn't think I would need it at first, but I was just preparing for a rainy day. I didn't expect it to really come in handy." She looked at Huo Xiaoheng, then at Huo Guanshen, then pursed her lips and smiled. Although her arms were twisted behind her back by the two soldiers, they were much less forceful now. Kai Xingnan didn't feel any pain at all. "Let her go," Huo Xiaoheng ordered calmly and walked towards them. Kai Xingnan's arms were free now. She took out a folded authorization from her small bag and handed it to Huo Guanshen. Huo Guanshen looked at it and put it together with the surprise inspection order issued by the military. It became a qualified and legal authorization to conduct a surprise inspection of the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. Huo Xiaoheng nodded and asked someone to take the staff of the General Political Department under Huo Guanshen's command to the entrance of the base to be re-inspected, including the authenticity of their passes. Huo Guanshen watched his staff being taken away to go through the procedures again and breathed a sigh of relief. This way, they wouldn't be chased away. If they were chased away just like that, how could he carry out his work in the future? This was also thanks to Kai Xingnan's careful arrangements. The discomfort Huo Guanshen felt towards Kai Xingnan gradually disappeared. However, Huo Xiaoheng was still harsh towards Kai Xingnan and the others. "As for you guys, either leave now or go into detention." "Huh? Why are you so stubborn?" Kai Xingnan didn't believe it. "We have passes and the authorization from the Senate. Why can't you let us in? Besides, we are the military art troupe." "Madam Kai," Huo Xiaoheng interrupted her. "First, the authorization from the Senate is to authorize the General Political Department to conduct a surprise inspection of us. It has nothing to do with the performance of the military art troupe. If you want the military art troupe to perform here, please apply for another authorization from the Senate and the military. Second, even if you have passes, we have the freedom to not let you in. Madam Kai, you must have done your homework this time. You must have studied the meaning of passes, right? Kai Xingnan narrowed her eyes and admired Hua Xiaoheng even more. This kind of improvisational wit and orderly logic, TSK, it was amazing. Third, you are not a member of the military art troupe. Don't use a chicken feather as a token of authority. After saying these 3 points, Hua Xiaoheng reached out and made a please gesture. Can we go now? The square was completely silent. The leader of the military art troupe shrank in the car and trembled. He almost scolded Kai Xingnan for causing trouble. You can King Su, but what about us? Kai Xingnan stood in the square and looked at Hua Xiaoheng quietly. She didn't leave, but she didn't walk forward either. She had been abroad for more than 10 years and only had a permanent residence permit in the United States. She hadn't been naturalized. Therefore, in terms of nationality, she was still a citizen of the Huaxia Empire. If it weren't for this important reason, Hua Xiaoheng would have gotten someone to arrest her and put her in detention as soon as she stepped out of the limousine. However, she had just returned and obviously hadn't joined the military yet. The military art troupe really had nothing to do with her. However, she had been interacting with the Senate more recently and received Speaker Long's recognition. It had already been decided that after Prime Minister Tan's impeachment case was over, she would no longer be Prime Minister Tan's chief lawyer. Instead, she would become Speaker Long's chief legal advisor. She had come here today because she had received special permission from Speaker Long to come to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces to do research. In her opinion, this organization had too much authority and didn't have a specialized organization like the United States. For example, the United States Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, was under the supervision of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, in the United States, and the FBI was under the supervision of the Senate at all times. This was a management style that she approved of. Moreover, she had an A-level pass, authorization from the Senate, and approval from the military. The only thing she hadn't done was to not be inspected at the entrance of the military base. However, this wasn't her fault. The guards at the entrance of the military base had let them in after seeing Hua Guanchen's special A-level pass and the spot check order. They hadn't asked for their passes one by one. If Hua Xiaoheng really wanted to put her in detention, she would definitely sue him until he was disarmed. Kai Xingnan raised her head and looked at Hua Xiaoheng, unwilling to be outdone. She took out all of her documents and said, Major General Hua, although I'm not a member of the military art troupe, no one said that only members of the military art troupe can ride in their limousine. I'm here on behalf of the Senate. These are my documents. In terms of height, Kai Xingnan was about 1.72 meters tall. She was wearing high-heeled boots, so she was almost 1.8 meters tall. This kind of height was taller than most men. However, she was still half a head shorter than Hua Xiaoheng. However, she had a strong aura and had the demeanor of a queen. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at the stack of documents she had taken out. He didn't take it and only said, everyone has their own specialties. Verify the documents and find the guards at the entrance. Kai Xingnan didn't say anything else. She turned around and pulled Tan Guiren into the car. Let's go to the entrance. You don't have to go through the trouble. I've already ordered the guards at the entrance to not receive the military art troops' warm welcome today. Please go back. Hua Xiaoheng had to deal with the spot check from the military political department today, so the military art troupe wouldn't be able to accompany them. Kai Xingnan saw that Hua Xiaoheng didn't pretend to be polite and had an idea. She wanted to see how strong this Major General Hua was to be so arrogant. She shook off Tan Guiren's hand and wanted to argue with Hua Xiaoheng. Tan Guiren grabbed her tightly and begged, Cousin, that's enough. Let's go. Don't give Major General Hua any more trouble. You're not even close to him. Why are you being so virtuous? Kai Xingnan poked Tan Gairen's forehead in exasperation. Won't he have you under his thumb in the future if you keep acting like this? How can I trust him to take care of you? Cousin, what are you talking about? Tan Gairen's face turned red. Don't talk nonsense. Kai Xingnan saw that her cousin was so embarrassed that her ears were red, so she could only keep quiet. However, it was impossible for her to leave just like that. She sent Tan Guiren to the RV, then turned around to get out and walk to Xiaoheng. Major General Hua, according to our country's constitution, the Senate has the power to legislate and supervise. I'm representing the Senate to investigate your organization. You have no right to chase me away. Kai Xingnan spoke pleasantly and respectfully. She didn't mean to be rude at all. However, her words were the most rude to Hua Xiaoheng. As soon as she said that, not only was Gu Nianji, who was watching from the medical building with binoculars, unhappy, but even Bai Yueran, the director of the Special Forces Legal Department, who had just arrived, had a change of expression. These words were too insulting to the Special Forces' reputation. It was the second watch. There were 2 watches today. Chapter 902. Bai Yueran adjusted her expression and coughed. She walked to Hua Xiaoheng's side and smiled at Kai Xingnan, who was standing in front of them. Are you Madam Kai? I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time, but we're a bit busy today and don't have time to entertain you. Please go back first. When we're free in a few days, let's arrange a time to talk. Kai Xingnan had been back in the country for less than a month, but she had already gotten to know most of the upper echelons of the Huaxia Empire. The situation in the Huaxia Empire and the United States were very different, but there were also similarities. In the United States, the Senate, the government, and the court system were separated. In the Huaxia Empire, the Senate, the government, and the military coexisted. Courts were divided into ordinary courts and military courts. The former was under the jurisdiction of the government's Ministry of Justice, while the latter was under the jurisdiction of the military. Like the United States, the Huaxia Empire's upper and lower houses of parliament were both elected by the people. The elected members of parliament represented the interests of all parties. There were many interest groups behind them, and there were even foreign forces mixed in. But this is normal in any country with democratic elections. Lobby groups that represent the interests of all parties are legitimate, and lobby groups can represent foreign powers. As long as everyone played according to the rules, it was allowed. Speaker Long was the Speaker of the Senate and had been a member of the Senate for more than 30 years. From a fledgling member of the Senate to the powerful Speaker of the Senate, his status was certainly not ordinary. Moreover, as the Speaker of the House of Lords, he had the right to recruit personal assistants, just like the Prime Minister. Although it was paid for by the state, it was still within his power. The fact that the voters chose him meant that they recognized this privilege. For example, the newly elected President of the United States did not hesitate to place his daughter, son-in-law, and son into important positions in the presidential palace. No one said that he was nepotistic, because that was how everyone played. The President of the United States also needed the permission of the Senate to appoint government officials. But for the officials of the presidential palace, only the President had the final say. This was considered his personal sphere of influence, similar to the existence of an advisor in the ancient Huaxia Empire. The only difference was that in ancient times, the advisors were supported by the officials themselves. However, the officials in the presidential office of the United States, although they were within the president's personal sphere of influence, were supported by the country. Now, Kai Xingnan was the chief legal advisor that Speaker Long had privately chosen to provide legal support and services for his personal affairs. He had yet to enter the council's special office. But with her momentum, it was only a matter of time. As long as she could pass the background check. In order to achieve this goal, Kai Xingnan had put in a lot of effort in the upper-class families of the Huaxia Empire. Kai Xingnan had long heard of Bai Yueran, the chief of the Judicial Department of the Special Operations Forces. She was very appreciative of professional women who held high positions at such a young age, so she treated Bai Yueran kindly. "May I ask if you are Director Bai?" "Oh. Ms. Kai knows me." Bai Yueran raised her eyebrows in surprise. She couldn't help but be more wary of Kai Xingnan. "I've heard my uncle, Prime Minister Tan, and Speaker Long mention that you've already made a name for yourself in the legal world at such a young age. You made a name for yourself in the International Court of Justice at The Hague all those years ago. I'm very impressed." As Kai Xingnan spoke, she took the initiative to shake hands with Bai Yueran. Bai Yueran smiled even more meaningfully. "Oh. She even knows about my case at the Hague International Court of Justice. Ms. Kai is really considerate." "Of course. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle." Kai Xingnan laughed heartily and withdrew her hand. She took out the stack of documents in her hand and handed them to Bai Yueran. "Since Director Bai is here, please take a look at these documents for me. Your Major General Hu doesn't allow me to enter, so I think this request is a bit illegal." Bai Yueran didn't take her documents. She put her hands behind her back and stood as straight as Hu Xiaoheng. "Ms. Kai, you only know one side and not the other. First of all, I'm not a professional at checking documents, so I can't tell if they're real or fake, so it's useless even if you give them to me." Kai Xingnan's expression finally changed. She interrupted Bai Yueran. "Director Bai is saying that my documents are fake. I'm not taking the blame for this. Don't be angry. I didn't say whether your documents are real or fake. I just said that I don't have the authority to check your documents," Bai Yueran said with a smile. Her tone was very kind, which made the straightforward Kai Xingnan seem a bit unreasonable. Kai Xingnan finally understood what it felt like to have a needle in a velvet glove. She took back her documents and said slowly, "Does it have to be so complicated? Are you really not deliberately making things difficult for me?" "Ms. Kai, how can you say that? You came back from the United States and have been a practicing lawyer in the United States for many years. Don't you know the importance of procedures? Checking documents when you enter the door is proper procedure, so don't ask someone else to check after you enter the door." "Wasn't it because of procedures that General Hu was stopped by our Major General Hu earlier? You even deliberately showed the procedures you went through. Have you forgotten about the pass and authorization letter you obtained?" Bai Yueran began to show her expertise as the director of the Judicial Department of the Special Operations Forces. Hu Xiaoheng stood calmly to the side with his hands behind his back. He didn't interrupt the two women's verbal battle, but he didn't have any intention of leaving either. Kai Xingnan was stunned by Bai Yueran's words, but she quickly found an opening and sneered. "Procedures. You ignored the authorization letter and pass generated by the procedures and left us outside the door without saying a word. Now you're actually talking to me about procedures? Ms. Kai, be reasonable. You can't be talking to us about procedures when we're talking to you about the law. When we're talking to you about procedures, you're telling us that you're wronged. In the end, you're the one in the right, so where are we supposed to go?" Bai Yueran retorted in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Even Gu Nianji, who was watching from afar, secretly applauded. Kai Xingnan narrowed her eyes. This Bai Yueran was more capable than her investigations had revealed. Although the debate at the International Court of Justice in The Hague had been exciting, Kai Xingnan had thought that she could do it. However, when she confronted her today, she actually couldn't gain the upper hand at all. It seemed like she would have to reevaluate the quality of the Huaxia Empire's legal personnel. "I'm not talking to you about being wronged." Kai Xingnan shook the pass and authorization letter in her hand. "I'm just very surprised. Logically speaking, the Senate's order should be the highest authority, right? I didn't expect you to be able to refute it. Maybe it's because I've just returned and haven't adapted to your way of working yet. Our Huaxia Empire has long been in line with international standards, and in some aspects, we're even more advanced than other countries. Bai Yueran returned to the topic, hinting that Kai Xingnan was being unreasonable and that adapting to the way of working was completely different. Is that so? Since we're already in line, and the Senate's authority is also supreme, then why can your Major General will reject my authorization letter from the Senate? Kai Xingnan caught the loophole in Bai Yueran's words and began to retaliate without hesitation. Look, isn't this the Senate's seal on it? Also, are you an organization that was established with the Senate's authorization? You dare to disobey the Senate's orders? No wonder people say that you're too big to get rid of, and that you're forming a small faction. Kai Xingnan began to be aggressive. If the country is compared to a large company, then do you know what you're doing? You're blatantly disobeying the orders of your superiors, and the Senate can directly fire you. Because of the special nature of the Special Operations Forces, there have been many people who were dissatisfied with it from the first day it was established. It was only because of the strong protection of Speaker Long and General Ji, two heavyweights, that they had been able to get to where they were today and reach their current scale. Hu Xiaoheng wasn't the kind of soldier who only cared about carrying out his own mission. He also had a full understanding of the complexity and uniqueness of politics. From Kai Xingnan's words, Hu Xiaoheng acutely sensed that someone was beginning to covet the fat meat of the Special Operations Forces again and wanted a piece of it. At this time, if he offended Kai Xingnan too much, he didn't know what the consequences would be. However, if he gave in now, the consequences would probably be even more serious. Bai Yueran was also momentarily intimidated by Kai Xingnan. The power of the Senate was indeed supreme according to the Constitution, and the Senate was also the body that the Special Operations Forces had to report to. Back then, Hu Xiaoheng had given a speech in the Senate to obtain special permission to expand the scope of the Special Operations Forces authority. To put it bluntly, if the Senate decided to take back the authorization, what could the Special Operations Forces do? Bai Yueran and Hu Xiaoheng were silent for a moment. In the square in front of the office building of the Special Operations Forces headquarters, the cold wind blew. It was so empty that it made people panic. They only saw an RV parked there. Although there were quite a few people in the RV, no one dared to speak loudly. Seeing that she had finally shut their mouths, Kai Xingnan felt very happy. She planned to continue and take down Hu Xiaoheng and Bai Yueran in one fell swoop. If she could get involved in the Special Operations Forces, her future in the Huaxia Empire would be limitless. She had been in the United States for many years. Although she had already become a partner of the second-largest law firm, the feeling of being an outsider was still very obvious, and it often made her feel very uncomfortable. Therefore, she didn't want to become a naturalized citizen like her father. She still wanted to return to her own country, make a name for herself in her own territory, and enjoy the glory of being above everyone else. How is it? Major General Hua. Director Bai. Can I go in now? Kai Xingnan puffed out her chest and took a step forward. Gu Nianji, who was watching from afar, was anxious. She couldn't let this woman go any further, could she? If she really let her in today, where would Major General Hua put his face in the future? For a commander, the consequences of losing his prestige were very serious. However, Kai Xingnan's words did make sense. Didn't she see that even Bai Yueran didn't say anything? That's right, holding the authorization from the Senate was indeed unusual for people like Bai Yueran and Hu Xiaoheng, who were in the system. However, Kai Xingnan's words just now were too much. This was a clear slap in Hu Xiaoheng's face. Gu Nianji would never allow anyone to slap Hu Xiaoheng's face in front of her. Her mind was racing, and she heard Kai Xingnan say, "Disobeying your superior's orders, the Senate can directly fire you." Bingo! Gu Nianji suddenly thought of a topic that could directly rebuke Kai Xingnan back to her grandmother's house. She quickly picked up her phone and said to Yin Shixiang, "Brother Xiong, get me Hua Xiao, right now." Yin Shixiang stood behind Hua Xiaoheng and was also extremely sullen. When he heard Gu Nianji's words, he thought about how she specialized in attacking B*cheese in the law. His eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he connected her to Hua Xiaoheng's phone. Hua Xiaoheng wore a Bluetooth headset and had been in contact with Zhao Liangze. Yin Shixiang cut in and connected Gu Nianji's phone. Gu Nianji's crisp voice immediately sounded from Hua Xiaoheng's Bluetooth headset. "Hua Xiaoheng, tell her that the Senate can't even oust Prime Minister Tan, who was impeached by the grand jury, so she shouldn't talk nonsense and think that she can casually fire people." Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but laugh. How mischievous, she could also think of this point of view. Gu Nianji's words immediately inspired Hua Xiaoheng. He no longer had to worry about offending the Senate and that they would withdraw their authorization to the Special Operations Forces. Hua Xiaoheng said without hesitation, "Madam Kai, since the Senate has such great power, why can't they even oust Prime Minister Tan, who was impeached by the grand jury?" When Kai Xingnan heard this, her face darkened. She was so angry that she almost vomited blood. This was a standard example of using her spear to attack her shield. She had just said that the Senate's power was supreme and that they could almost do whatever they wanted, but Hua Xiaoheng immediately mentioned that the impeachment case of Prime Minister Tan initiated by the Senate had directly failed under her manipulation. If she insisted that the Senate had supreme power and the Special Operations Forces had to obey unconditionally, then how could she explain that the Senate couldn't impeach Prime Minister Tan and step down? After all, the government also had to be authorized by the Senate to form a cabinet. In essence, it was the same organization as the Special Operations Forces. The other party was obviously pointing out to her that the Senate's power wasn't supreme, but that there were checks and balances and weaknesses. What could she say now so that she wouldn't be slapped in the face? This was the first 3,800-word chapter. It was a big chapter. After discussing with everyone, today's plot was more suitable for the big chapter. Therefore, today's additional 3,300 monthly votes were added to the big chapter. Although it was 2 chapters, the word count wouldn't be less than 3 chapters. The second big chapter at 7 p.m. included the additional 3,300 monthly votes. Come, hurry up and cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 903. The expression on Kai Xingnan's face was very conflicted. It was as if she had experienced happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy in an instant. It was the first time in her life that she was rendered speechless by someone. This was a very novel experience for Kai Xingnan, who had been a straight-A student since she was young and had become a straight-A student even after she went to the United States. She frowned and thought quickly, but realized that she couldn't immediately think of a response. It wasn't that she couldn't say a word, but she always felt that there were loopholes in everything. As soon as she said it, she would immediately be rebutted. She could only blame herself for being too careless. Prime Minister Tan was her uncle, so she didn't need to spend any effort to win him over. Helping him settle the impeachment was enough. Her goal was the Senate. However, the impeachment she settled was a slap in the Senate's face. Only Speaker Long, who was broad-minded and didn't stick to one style of talent, would praise her and be willing to let her be his personal legal advisor. So since she wanted to have a foot in both camps, it seemed like she had to endure Hua Xiaoheng's humiliation. Using the spear to attack the shield was too good at exploiting loopholes. She had lost. Kai Xingnan wasn't a sore loser. This time, she had come with the intention of testing the waters and taking a good look at what the most mysterious place in the Hua Xia Empire was like. However, on this trip, she didn't see anything other than the plaza and alleyways that led in all directions. She didn't even step into the door of the office building. However, although she couldn't enter the building, just looking at the environment outside, it didn't seem any different from a regular military compound. However, the people here really gave her the biggest surprise. That Major General Hua's reaction was too fast. It completely overturned her view of soldiers. She couldn't help but look at him in a different light. This kind of favor was also very rare for Kai Xingnan. She even felt her heart palpitate with excitement as if she had met her match. It had been a long time since she had met a man who could make her submit and even surrender. Kai Xingnan was born in the Hua Xia Empire and grew up with her grandparents. After going to university, she went to the United States to stay with her parents. Because she grew up in the Hua Xia Empire, she had a very good relationship with her youngest aunt, Kai Songyin, and treated her like half a mother. This was also one of the reasons she was willing to return to the Hua Xia Empire to help her youngest aunt. Standing here, she seemed to be able to see her future. Kai Xingnan finally regained her composure. She smiled and nodded at Hu Xiaoheng and Bai Yueran. She extended her hand to Hu Xiaoheng. "All right, you win. Major General Hua, I didn't expect you to be so quick-witted and clear. You're as smart as the best lawyers in the world. Thank you for letting me see the best side of you." Hu Xiaoheng had no intention of shaking hands with her. He nodded slightly. "You flatter me, Ms. Kai. I still have something to do, so I won't keep you company." With that, he turned around and left, leaving Kai Xingnan with a cool back view. Bai Yueran looked at Kai Xingnan, who was staring at Hu Xiaoheng's back, and smiled. "Ms. Kai, please go back." Kai Xingnan came back to her senses and turned her hand to Bai Yueran. "Director Bai, you're amazing too." Bai Yueran shook hands with her nonchalantly and said with a smile. "Not as good as Major General Hua, right? That's how it should be. That's why he's the boss here, and I'm just a director." Ever since the leak at Dou Qingyan's birthday, Hu Xiaoheng's identity had been exposed to the world. Later, the military simply promoted him and allowed the Special Operations Forces to surface. It became a place that looked like any other military organization. That way, there would be fewer prying eyes. The people who really needed to be hidden were the field personnel of this organization. Someone with Hu Xiaoheng's status naturally wouldn't go on field duty anymore. Hu Xiaoheng had already disguised himself when he made the deal with the big shots to go to the United States to rescue Tan Guiren. Even acquaintances couldn't tell that he was Hu Xiaoheng. Therefore, these people were no longer strangers to him. Kai Xingnan stopped being arrogant and turned back to the military art troops RV. She said to the team leader dryly, "Let's go back." The team leader had been itching to leave this place for a long time, so he quickly asked the driver to drive away. Kai Xingnan sat next to Tan Guiren and narrowed her eyes at Tan Guiren. Tan Guiren asked quietly, "Cousin, what were you talking about with Major General Hua and Director Bai?" "Nothing much, just some work-related stuff." Kai Xingnan looked at Tan Guiren's innocent expression and felt a little stifled. She took out a lady's cigarette from her bag and wanted to smoke it, but then remembered that she couldn't smoke in the car. She twisted the cigarette with one hand until it almost turned into smoke. "Cousin, what's wrong? Is something bothering you?" Tan Guiren asked curiously. She couldn't understand why her omnipotent cousin would have such a melancholy expression. Kai Xingnan sighed deeply. Only a poem echoed in her mind. "When I first met you, it was like returning an old friend." She rolled the cigarette into a ball and held it in her hand. She smiled faintly. "It's nothing." As she spoke, she asked Hu Xiaoheng, "Cousin, are you very close to Major General Hua? Uncle and auntie really think highly of him." Tan Guiren blushed slightly as she recalled how Hu Xiaoheng had done his best to save her in America. Just thinking about it made her feel sweet. Although Hu Xiaoheng's mother was harsh with her, if Hu Xiaoheng had her in his heart, she would be with him no matter what. She would also try her best to please Hu Xiaoheng's mother and be filial to her. She would never make things difficult for her. Unfortunately, she couldn't read his mind. This man was a difficult question for her, but she still wanted to try her best to solve it. What if she was right? Tan Guiren reminisced and once again talked about how she was rescued by Hu Xiaoheng in the United States. Kai Xingnan listened quietly and didn't comment. Kai Xingnan finally said to Tan Guiren, "I don't think Major General Hua is a good match for you. You're more suited for a simpler man and family. Major General Hua is too complicated for you. You won't be able to control a man like that." Tan Guiren actually agreed with Kai Xingnan's words, but it just felt awkward no matter how she heard it. She couldn't figure out why she felt awkward. It was clearly a very sincere suggestion. Perhaps good advice was unpleasant to the ear. Tan Guiren comforted herself. "Cousin, I already said that I'll listen to Mom and Dad on this." Tan Guiren rejected Kai Xingnan's suggestion tactfully. Kai Xingnan didn't know why, but her mood immediately sank. She forced a smile. "Okay, you've always been the most obedient." Kai Xingnan got her car and drove away in a daze. After the military performing team left, the people from Huguanchen's political department had already checked their passes at the entrance of the military base and let them in one by one. They were the official organization that came for the annual inspection. Hu Xiaoheng could refuse the military performing team and Kai Xingnan, but he couldn't refuse the surprise inspection this time. Of course, he didn't want to interact with Hu Guanchen personally, so he used the excuse of avoiding suspicion to have Yin Shixiang stay behind to handle the surprise inspection. Hu Xiaoheng drove out alone and called Gu Nianji. "Nianji, are you still at Qinlai's?" Gu Nianji nodded. "I just had some snacks with Brother Qin." "What's up, Hua Xiao?" Her tone was calm and didn't sound proud or happy at all. Hu Xiaoheng suddenly realized that he really missed the Gu Nianji who would laugh when she was happy, cry when she was unhappy, and want to tell the world when she was happy. But people always grow up. Now that Gu Nianji had really grown up and matured as he wished, he felt a bit sad. Fingers tapping on the steering wheel, he finally took out the keys and got out of the car to go upstairs to Qinlai's office. When he walked into Qinlai's office, Gu Nianji was helping him clean up the coffee cups and porcelain plates on the coffee table. Seeing Hu Xiaoheng walk in, Gu Nianji looked up with a smile. "Have you had lunch? Do you want something to eat?" Hu Xiaoheng wasn't hungry at all. Stretching his long legs, he sat down on the sofa and shook his head. "No need. How's your checkup?" "It's still the same." Gu Nianji sat across from him. "Brother Qin said I might not have that illness." She sighed deeply and seemed to be in disbelief. "What's wrong? Why aren't you happy that you're not sick?" Hu Xiaoheng leaned over and rubbed her head. "Don't think too much. Trust Qinlai." Gu Nianji avoided his hand. "Okay, I'll trust him for now." She then asked, "Who is that Madame Kai? How did she get everything all of a sudden?" She had a pass, a letter of authorization from the Senate, and she had connections with the military art troupe and Huguanchin. Hu Xiaoheng told her about Kai Xingnan's identity and situation, then said, "She's been back in the country for more than a month. She's the lead lawyer for Prime Minister Tan's impeachment case, so it should be settled by now." They had already analyzed this problem last time. But this time, they saw the person behind the other party. "So it's her. She's quite impressive. I didn't expect her to be so young." Gu Nianji evaluated objectively. "Actually, if it weren't for the fact that she wanted to help the Prime Minister and curry favor with Speaker Long, I wouldn't have said that to her." Hu Xiaoheng smiled. "What you said today was very appropriate, and it helped me a lot. I haven't thanked you properly yet." "Oh, Hu Xiao, you don't have to be so polite. You sending me back to school is the best way to show your gratitude." Gu Nianji quickly waved her hand, afraid that Hu Xiaoheng would thank her properly again. When she came to Qinlai for a checkup last week, Hu Xiaoheng was also there. She only helped him translate a document, and Hu Xiaoheng said he wanted to thank her properly. He took her back to the official residence and expressed his gratitude from head to toe, inside and out. The direct result was that Gu Nianji lay in his bed from Saturday to Sunday. Her bones were about to fall apart. So when Hu Xiaoheng said, "I haven't thanked you properly," Gu Nianji quickly declined. Hu Xiaoheng seemed to also remember last weekend. He lowered his head and smiled for a while before standing up. "Let's go. I'll take you back." The two of them chatted and laughed in the car along the way, and the atmosphere became much more harmonious. When they arrived at school, Gu Nianji was about to get out of the car. Hu Xiaoheng kissed her cheek before letting her go. Gu Nianji returned to her dorm and had just tidied up her desk when she saw He Zhichu call. "Nianji, it's Christmas next weekend. What plans do you have?" "Gu Nianji, Professor He, I want to study. My thesis is almost finished. I want to revise it properly in the next few days." He Zhichu agreed. "Ask me if you have any questions." Gu Nianji originally wanted to say that there was no problem, but she suddenly remembered seeing Kai Xingnan today. She asked, "Professor He, do you know Kai Xingnan?" "She's a Chinese-American female partner of the second largest law firm in the United States." "Do you remember her?" He Zhichu replied calmly, "I'm not very familiar with that law firm." He then asked, "Why are you asking about her?" "If you need me to, I can help you look into it." Gu Nianji bit the tip of her pen and thought about it for a while. In the end, she decided to put it aside for now. After all, she still didn't understand what this woman's intentions were. She didn't want to alert them, and she didn't want to give them face by paying attention to them. Putting down the phone, He Zhichu looked at the calendar in front of him. On his desk was a large red gilded invitation. It was the invitation to the military performing troops' Christmas performance. This kind of high-class performance ticket couldn't be bought with money. The Special Operations Force's surprise inspection ended very quickly. Huo Guanchen originally thought it would take 10 days to half a month, but the results were many times better than he had expected. When he left with the people from the General Political Department Secretariat, Hu Xiaoheng still personally came to see him off. When Huo Guanchen got into the car, he looked at him a few times. He wanted to say something to him but stopped himself. In the end, he didn't say anything. On Thursday night, Ma Qiqi rushed back to the dormitory and said to Gu Nianji, "Nianji, today is the live broadcast of the impeachment in the Senate. Do you want to watch it together?" Gu Nianji already knew the outcome, so of course she wasn't interested. However, seeing that Ma Qiqi seemed to care, Gu Nianji also watched the television with her. The television first showed the vote in the lower house of the Senate. According to the law, the impeachment would only take effect if more than 50% of the members of the upper house and the lower house of the Senate agreed. What Kai Xingnan was doing was making breakthroughs in both the upper and lower houses of the Senate to fight for as much power as possible. Today, it was time to see who was the real deal. Gu Nianji picked up an apple and nibbled on it. She stared at the television intently and said, "Why don't we guess the percentage of the votes?" "I'll give you 2 points, okay?" Ma Qiqi glared at her. "You said the same thing last week, and in the end, you took all my pocket money. That's because you were careless." Gu Nianji leaned lazily on the sofa. "Come on, maybe you can beat me. If you can't, you won't lose anything." Ma Qiqi was a bit tempted by her words, but she looked at the complicated numbers and calculation formulas. She was just a normal person, so she shouldn't use the standards of a top student to demand of herself. The television finally turned to the voting hall of the lower house of the Senate. A balding old man in his 50s sat in the voting hall of the lower house of the Senate. He smiled at everyone and raised his hand. Now is the time to vote on the impeachment of Prime Minister Tan Dong-bang. Dear members of the Senate, I want to remind you that whether Prime Minister Tan Dong-bang's crimes of perjury and obstruction of justice will all depend on your votes. This was the second installment of 4,000 words. It included the 3,300 monthly votes. Come, hurry up and cast your monthly and recommendation votes. Chapter 904. Tan Dong-bang's impeachment started because of the video he and Gu Yanran had an affair in. However, to the Prime Minister, being unfaithful to his wife was at most a moral issue. His wife was the one who should be angry, and the Senate wouldn't go so far as to impeach him for having an affair with someone else. However, after the original video was recovered, more details were revealed. Everyone discovered that Tan Dong-bang and Gu Yanran had an affair in the Prime Minister's office. Previously, when the Senate questioned Tan Dong-bang about the affair, Tan Dong-bang claimed that his affair with Gu Yanran didn't affect his work at all, and that he had never brought Gu Yanran to his office. When the social network was attacked by a hacker and was forced to restore the previous backup, the deleted short movie reappeared. It was restored by the technical department and revealed all the details. Everyone was shocked to discover that the affair in the video happened in the Prime Minister's office. Therefore, lying to the Senate and perjury immediately became Tan Dong-bang's first charge. What followed was all sorts of obstruction and misleading of the Senate's investigation team. Therefore, the second charge of obstructing justice was also brought by the grand jury. As for Tan Dong-bang and Gu Yanran's affair, it still couldn't be brought to light, so it wasn't officially charged by the grand jury. After more than a month of investigation, evidence collection, and debate, the Senate would officially begin voting today. According to the Xia Empire's constitution, impeaching a prime minister required 2/3 of both the Senate's votes to succeed. This was also the first prime minister to be impeached by the Senate since the Xia Empire's constitution was established. The entire nation was paying attention to this impeachment case. All major television stations, news media, and online social media were all broadcasting the instant vote in both houses of the Senate. The entire world's eyes were also focused on the Xia Imperial Senate's conference hall. At the same time, Tan Dong-bang, Kai Song-yin, Tan Guiren, and Kai Xingnan were doing the final preparations in the small conference room next to the lower house of the Senate's conference hall. Kai Xingnan's father called from the United States to give Tan Dong-bang one last live coaching session. He taught him how to speak without breaking the law and also exonerate himself. The two of them chatted noisily on the phone, and the conversation was in full swing. Kai Song-yin didn't disturb them and quietly asked Kai Xingnan, "Xingnan, tell Auntie the truth. Will it really be okay this time?" Kai Xingnan waved her hand disapprovingly. "What are you worried about? My dad can even handle the U.S. Senate and House of Representatives." "What's this? You can't say that." Kai Song-yin's mind was in a mess, and there was a trace of unwillingness. This place is still different from the United States. But looking at her innocent daughter, Tan Guiren, and thinking about her future prospects in marriage, Kai Song-yin had no choice but to swallow this bitterness. If Tan Dong-bang was really impeached, his daughter's life would be ruined. She could have been a little princess for the rest of her life. No one in the entire Xia Empire had a higher birth than her, and no one deserved a better husband and a better marriage than her. Even if it was for her daughter, she could only choose this path. Furthermore, was there anyone more suitable for her than Tan Dong-bang in the entire country? No. Gold had no legs, and no one was perfect. She should be content. Anyway, she could play outside in the future, so she didn't have to worry about Tan Dong-bang's feelings. Kai Song-yin laughed coldly in her heart as she gently held her daughter's hand. Kai Xingnan crossed her arms and paced back and forth in the small conference room. It wasn't that she wasn't nervous. After all, it was her first time doing something like this in the Xia Empire. Although everything had been arranged properly, no one knew what would happen until the final vote was announced. She raised her slender neck and took a deep breath. It was as if she was trying to convince herself, but it was also as if she was trying to explain to Kai Song-yin. There are 660 people in the lower house of the Senate. So far, we've already convinced 450 people to vote against. The other 20 people are undecided. That's more than 2/3 of them. There are 100 people in the upper house, and 70 people have already agreed to vote against. So as long as they understand the situation, there shouldn't be a problem. Will anyone betray us? Kai Song-yin asked worriedly. How did you convince them? You didn't break the law, did you? How? Kai Xingnan looked up at Kai Song-yin with her mesmerizing eyes. Of course I used the votes they care about the most. Why would I do anything illegal? Wouldn't I be waiting for them to send me to jail if I did something illegal to a senator? Am I that stupid? She had used open and above-board legal means. Senators cared about votes the most. Kai Xingnan used a strategy that could influence the senators' votes to convince them that Tan Dongbang's governing platform would be beneficial to the districts of the senators. If Tan Dongbang was impeached, the voters in the districts of the senators would lose the most direct benefit. Also, Tan Dongbang was representing the interests of the voters. The media controlled by Kai Song-yin had already turned the entire impeachment case into a battle between political factions. They even whitewashed the short film into saying that it was his opponent who uploaded it using the IP address of the office of the Prime Minister. The goal was to attack Tan Dongbang's political advantage and smear his political reputation. With Kai Song-yin's media water army controlling the situation, many political forces that wanted to take advantage of the situation could only give up. If they moved, they would be dragged out and beaten up. The hot topic was shifted, and everyone's focus was off. It had to be said that Kai Song-yin understood the psychology of the audience very well. She knew very well that to the audience, the political battle of the upper class would always be more convincing than the news of the Prime Minister's affair. It would also make them believe that this was the truth. Even if the Prime Minister really had an affair, his wife didn't care and tried her best to defend her husband. Who would care if he really had an affair? Was it really not the Prime Minister's political opponent who made such a big fuss? Under this kind of public opinion, Tan Dongbang's impeachment case didn't cause too many problems. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner under Kai Song-yin and Kai Xingnan's control. Today was the day to test the results of their work. On the other side, Tan Dongbang ended the long-distance call with his brother-in-law and felt much calmer. He adjusted the little bow tie on his black tuxedo in front of the mirror. Kai Song-yin looked at him from behind. The man in the mirror with smooth hair and a handsome face was her childhood sweetheart husband. Of course, this man was capable. He was best at giving speeches. That kind of incitement wasn't something an ordinary person could do. That was why he was able to stand out under the Tan and Kai family's schemes. He suddenly rose to prominence and left by Jianqing, who had been far ahead. Kai Song-yin brushed the non-existent dust off his back and gently pushed him. Go. Tan Dongbang turned around to hold her hand and kissed it. Song-yin, wait for me. He turned around and walked towards the door. Kai Xingnan said, Auntie, cousin, you should go together. You should always stand by uncle's side and show your most determined support. Oh. We have to go too. Kai Song-yin and Tan Guiren asked in surprise. Kai Song-yin felt uncomfortable, while Tan Guiren felt embarrassed. Yes, what uncle needs the most right now is your support. Auntie, you standing by uncle's side is the best way to guide the public opinion online. The netizens will only look at your attitude. And cousin. Kai Xingnan's gaze lingered on Tan Guiren's flawless face for a while. She noticed that Tan Guiren was also wearing a white Chloe dress suit today. It matched her temperament very well. She had a naive and innocent air about her that made people want to love her. It was very attractive to otakus. In fact, many otakus on the internet had already expressed that they would support Tan Dongbang to the end just by looking at his daughter, Tan Guiren, the goddess of otakus. They even shouted the slogan, "Beauty is justice." Of course, only Kai Song-yin herself knew how much of this was caused by her own water army and media. You have to know that netizens are voters. Their influence on the members of the Senate is decisive. Kai Xingnan persuaded Kai Song-yin and Tan Guiren for a long time before they were finally convinced. The voting had just begun in the Senate's conference hall. Tan Dongbang stood solemnly in the defendant's seat across from the grand jury. Beside him was his lead lawyer, Kai Xingnan. Behind him was his team of lawyers. Kai Xingnan was wearing a custom-made Louis Vuitton black women's suit today. It was both dignified and dignified, but it also highlighted her feminine features and magnified them. When Kai Xingnan's footage appeared on TV and was intentionally praised, Kai Xingnan's name also began to circulate online. Hashtag Kai Xingnan, the only Asian female partner of the second-largest law firm in the United States. Hashtag Kai Xingnan's father, the lead lawyer of the former President of the United States. Hashtag Kai Xingnan, a graduate of a prestigious American school, giving a graduation speech on behalf of the entire grade. Topics flew up one by one on the top searches. Soon, 3 of the top 10 searches were related to Kai Xingnan. She was famous. She was really famous. Many media outlets noticed this talented and good-looking lawyer who had just returned from the United States from a prestigious family. Her work phone was almost exploding with calls, inviting her to do an exclusive interview. Kai Xingnan was observing the voting in the conference room of the Senate's lower house. Of course, she didn't have time to answer the phone. It was her assistant who was handling her work calls now. Her assistant happily reported to her about the situation on social media. "Lawyer Kai, you can really make your debut now. Your trending is comparable to that of an A-list celebrity. Those B-list and C-list celebrities don't even deserve to carry your shoes." Kai Xingnan smiled slightly and was very calm. She put on her Bluetooth headset and said softly, "All right, keep it to yourself. I'm not in the entertainment industry. Are you using them to compare to me?" She had woken up early in the morning and only slept 4 to 5 hours a day to get where she was today. But even so, everyone had vanity. Kai Xingnan still took the time to take out her personal phone and quickly glanced at the top 10 of the hot searches. At that moment, a new trending search rose like a rocket. It quickly reached the 10th place and continued to move forward. This new trending search related to Kai Xingnan was like this: hashtag Kai Xingnan, beauty 100, figure 150, IQ 250, frozen age goddess. Hashtag Kai Xingnan. The corners of her mouth twitched twice, and she gradually became angry. Was little Auntie's water army brainless? How did they buy this trending search? Was this a compliment? At that moment, in the dormitory of the female graduate students of the B University Faculty of Law, Gunyanji put down her phone as if nothing had happened. There was a hint of smugness on her lips. She rested her chin on her hands and watched the solemn and magnificent conference hall of the lower house of parliament on the television with Machichi. This was the first update, 3,300 words. The second update at 7 p.m. Come on, hurry up and vote for the monthly and recommendation votes. It should be the third update tomorrow. P.S. Thank you to Xianyuan Yushin for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 905. Gu Nianji had just discovered that the trending searches about Kai Xingnan on social media were all over the place. She could tell at a glance that they had bought the trending searches, and there was a water army leading the way. Gu Nianji couldn't stand the sight of Kai Xingnan being so arrogant at the Special Operations Forces headquarters that day and almost humiliating Hua Xiaoheng. Since you like being on the trending searches so much, I'll give you a hand. She quietly hacked a Water Army account controlled by Kai Songyin's media company and used that account to post a topic. Hashtag Kai Xingnan, Beauty 100, Figure 150, IQ 250, Frozen Age Goddess hashtag. Then their Water Army thought it was a mission and didn't look carefully before immediately buying the trending searches. Kai Xingnan watched as the trending search climbed higher and higher. Soon, it went from 10th to 8th, then from 8th to 4th. It had already surpassed the previous 3 serious trending searches. She was really annoyed. What kind of topic was this? It was fine if it was 100 points for her looks, but she still had some confidence. Figure 150. Wasn't the extra 50 referring to her weight? Kai Xingnan had lived in the United States for many years and was used to the strong and beautiful Americans. She worked out very frequently and had slightly bulging muscles. She didn't feel it when she was in the United States, but when she returned to the country, she realized that she was about 1 or 2 sizes bigger than the beauties in the country. Okay, let's put weight aside for now. Maybe she was thinking too much. But that IQ of 250 was definitely an insult to her. The person with the highest IQ in the world was Einstein, with an IQ of 278. Generally, people with an IQ of 140 or above were geniuses. She had once tested her IQ. It was 180, which was usually rounded up to 200. So when she saw the IQ of 250, she immediately realized that it was definitely not a compliment. And that frozen age goddess was usually used to describe women over 40 years old. That was a genuine compliment. But she was only 29 years old. Did she have to be praised as frozen age? The 2 most taboo things for women were weight and age. For Kai Xingnan, there was also IQ. These 3 taboos were perfectly violated by this trending search. She really didn't know which genius in her aunt's company came up with this trending search. Every sentence hit her sore spot. If she didn't get fired, was she supposed to keep it for Christmas? Kai Xingnan was angry, but she still remembered that she was on live television, so she didn't show it on her face at all. She still smiled generously and steadily, and her eyes looked around the council hall, waiting for the results of the vote. Kai Songyin and Tan Guiren walked in and stood on either side of Tan Dongbang. Tan Dongbang immediately looked relieved and touched. He hugged Tan Guiren first, then held Kai Songyin's hand and raised it up to the camera. It was also a greeting to the audience. As expected, seeing that Tan Dongbang's wife and daughter had come out to support him, the public opinion on the internet shifted even more towards his side. The trending topic about Kai Xingnan was also spreading rapidly on the internet. However, the most popular one right now was hashtag Kai Xingnan, the goddess of frozen age with looks 100, figure 150, and IQ 250. Netizens who liked to make fun of people found a lot of fun from it, and all kinds of emoji packages were developed. Kai Xingnan occasionally looked at her phone, and she was so angry at the spectacular teasing comments on the internet that she was about to vomit blood. Her image of being generous, steady, knowledgeable, and professional that she had painstakingly built up was completely destroyed by this superfluous trending topic. When people saw Kai Xingnan's name again, their first impression wasn't how outstanding she was, but how funny she was. Fortunately, the vote in the Senate could still help her regain some of her reputation. She comforted herself this way. 2 hours later, the voting finally ended, and the votes were counted. Because it was an electronic vote, the votes were counted almost instantly. The results came out not long after the voting ended. I will now announce the results of the voting. The Speaker of the lower house of the Senate read out the results. There are a total of 660 members in the lower house of the Senate. 630 were present, and 30 requested leave. There were 600 votes, and 30 abstained. The actual votes were 600, and 350 of them supported the impeachment of Prime Minister Tan Dongbang. Kai Xingnan's heart sank. How could there be so much support? She had clearly calculated that 2/3 of the people would vote against the impeachment. However, although the number of people voting in favor exceeded her expectations and was more than half, according to the rules, 2/3 of the votes were needed to pass the impeachment, so she still won this round. The support for the impeachment did not exceed 2/3, and the impeachment was defeated in the lower house of the Senate. The votes in the upper house of the Senate were also counted. Speaker Long's figure appeared on the large screen in the lower house of the Senate's conference hall. He was reading the results of the upper house's voting. The results of the upper house of the Senate are as follows: 100 members of the upper house of the Senate were present, and 100 votes were cast. Among them, 60 supported the impeachment of Prime Minister Tan Dongbang, which is more than half, but less than 2/3. Therefore, the impeachment was not passed in the upper house. Speaker Long banged his gavel and officially announced that the impeachment of Prime Minister Tan Dongbang had not been passed in both houses of the Senate. Tan Dongbang would continue as Prime Minister until his term expired. That's great. We won. Tan Dongbang hugged Kai Song-yin excitedly and said happily, "Song-yin. Thank you. Thank you." Kai Song-yin hugged him back excitedly, playing the role of a perfect wife. Tan Guiren was the only one who was truly happy for her father. Her eyes were filled with tears, and her expression was sincere and focused. Her white dress fluttered in the wind as she continuously bowed to the members of parliament in the hall. She thanked each and every one of them, regardless of whether they had voted for or against. Soon, videos of her continuously bowing were also uploaded to social media. The comments below were neatly written by otakus, and rows of "My heart aches for my goddess." Gu Nianji and Ma Chichi sat in the dorm watching TV and were not at all surprised by the results. Ma Chichi even yelled twice to express her anger. Gu Nianji was completely unmoved. She peeled an orange in her hand and didn't even look up as she said, "This was decided a long time ago." To be honest, I was quite surprised to see that more than half of the votes in favor of impeachment were cast today. Although it was not more than 2/3 of the required number, it was still much better than less than half. More than half meant that most of the members of parliament were dissatisfied with him. This would affect the approval rate of his future policies. 2/3 of the votes were needed to pass the impeachment, but policies could be passed or rejected with only half of the votes. It was easy to imagine that Tan Dongbang's next 5 years as prime minister would not be easy. Ma Chichi hugged her little pillow and sighed deeply as she leaned back on the sofa. This Kai Xingnan is quite capable. She had managed to settle the 700+ members of the upper and lower houses of parliament in 1 month. She was indeed very efficient. Gu Nianji also admired Kai Xingnan, but because of what happened that day, she didn't want to admit it. She snorted lightly and didn't comment. Ma Chichi flipped over on the sofa and propped her head up with her hand. She asked Gu Nianji curiously, "I remember that Prime Minister Tan still owes you money, right? Is he coming back?" She was a little excited just thinking about living in the same dorm as the Prime Minister's creditor. This was referring to Gu Yanran's illegal gift to Prime Minister Tan. Tan Dongbang and his wife, Kai Song-yin, were suspected of illegally embezzling campaign funds. Later, it was Gu Yanran who used the money to pay off the embezzled campaign funds that allowed Tan Dongbang to get out of the case. Recently, Gu Nianji and Gu Yanran were involved in an estate dispute. Gu Yanran was suspected of murdering Gu Nianji and illegally embezzling the Gu assets. The court had already stripped Gu Yanran of her inheritance rights to the Gu assets. After the case was over, Gu Nianji asked He Zhichu to send a lawyer's letter to Tan Dongbang and Kai Song-yin to recover the $30 million that Gu Yanran had illegally given to them. Tan Dongbang and Kai Song-yin were doing their best to deal with the impeachment case. Of course, they didn't want to complicate matters and fight another lawsuit against Gu Nianji for the illegal gift. Therefore, without another word, they sold all their properties and investments and borrowed another $10 million from their family. They gathered $30 million and returned it to Gu Xiangwen's estate fund. Because Gu Xiangwen was now treated as a missing person, it had already been 7 years. The court announced to the world that he was legally dead. The announcement period was 6 months. Within 6 months, Gu Nianji could only receive all of Gu Xiangwen's estate if no one raised any objections. At the moment, she was still the same person. She didn't immediately become the new richest woman in Barbados. Although she won the lawsuit, not a single cent of the money went into her pocket. It was still in Gu Xiangwen's estate fund. Gu Nianji shrugged. The money was returned to my father's estate fund. Ma Qiqi nodded. That's good. Otherwise, we definitely won't let them off. Okay, if they don't return it, we'll close the door and let Qiqi go. Gu Nianji smiled as she gave the peeled orange to Ma Qiqi. Ma Qiqi only realized after taking a bite that Gu Nianji was indirectly calling her dog. She couldn't help throwing away the orange in her hand and pouncing on Gu Nianji while barking. The two of them laughed and joked around in the dormitory. They were very happy. When the vote for Tan Dongbang's impeachment case was being held, the military Supreme Council was also watching the live broadcast. Hua Xiaoheng sat next to General Ji. His expression was calm and composed. Of course, everyone in the meeting room was a sly old fox. Everyone had a normal expression on their faces. Those who were always smiling were still smiling, and those who were always serious were still serious. No one revealed any special emotions. When the results came out, everyone laughed and praised Tan Dongbang's top lawyer, Kai Xingnan, in unison. This lawyer Kai is really not bad. There were so many people in the Senate, but she managed to settle them all within a month. Yes, it was not easy to control the number of votes in favor to below 2/3. For old Tan to be able to pass this time, he has to thank his wife and his niece. That's right. At the end of the day, his wife is still the best. Who's his mistress again? Gu Yanran is Gu Nianji's older sister. When someone said this, they looked at Hua Xiaoheng meaningfully. Everyone knew that Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji had a special relationship. Previously, Hua Xiaoheng had used the opportunity to go to the United States to save Tan Guiren to negotiate with them and force them to approve Gu Nianji's background check and his marriage report. Now someone remembered and asked Hua Xiaoheng, "Xiaoheng, how are you and Nianji? When do you plan to get married?" Hua Xiaoheng shook his head with a smile. No need. Because they were already married. However, General Ji was the only one there who knew about his marriage. However, they had agreed to keep it a secret for now. Therefore, General Ji was happy to play dumb and not expose Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Guanchen, who was sitting on the other side of the conference room, was overjoyed but still sighed and went along with Hua Xiaoheng's wishes. What a pity. Nianji is also not bad. Although she's not as good as Lawyer Kai, she's still young. Her future is limitless. The few big shots sitting beside him also expressed their regret, but they were actually quite happy. General Ji didn't say anything until everyone left. He only asked Hua Xiaoheng to stay behind and said, "I know about your father's surprise inspection at your place a few days ago." Hua Xiaoheng smiled and slowly put the pen and paper on the conference table into his briefcase. The inspection results were all normal. You know about that too, right? Of course. I trust you to handle things. General Ji rubbed his almost bald head and laughed heartily. However, he didn't laugh for long before saying, "But that day, you really didn't give our art troupe any face." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Then what do I have to do to give them face? Hua Xiaoheng shook his head, his expression unchanged. Our department is special. It's also very difficult for us to have them come uninvited. I know that. General G smiled and tried to smooth things over. But Xiaoheng, there are no fish when the water is too clear, and there are no disciples when the water is too clear. Your position is getting higher and higher, so you have to do things more and more meticulously. For all kinds of unexpected situations, you can't just chase them away. You can say that the art troupe doesn't have any real power, and indeed, it doesn't. But if you say that it has real power, sometimes its power is greater than you and I can imagine. You understand what I mean, right? Of course, Hu Xiaoheng understood what General G meant. Civil servants in the military were all like this. He chuckled. I understand. I've troubled you, sir. That's good. General G patted his shoulder. This Saturday, the art troupe will perform in the auditorium. The military requires all officers above the rank of colonel and above to be present. Go back and tell them that the situation over there is special. Just have Big Xiong and Little Zhe, the two deputy generals, come. General G didn't want his secret troops to be in public every day. Hu Xiaoheng, Zhao Liangzi, and Yin Shixiang were already public, so it was fine to show up occasionally. Yes, sir. Hu Xiaoheng saluted without batting an eyelid. He picked up his briefcase and turned to leave. After returning to his office, Hu Xiaoheng called Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi over. General G just instructed us to attend the art troupe's performance in the military auditorium this Saturday night. The requirement is for officers above the rank of colonel and above, but our department is special. Only the two of you will be able to go. What do you think? Yin Shixiang's face fell instantly. Hu Xiao, this Saturday is Christmas Eve. I've been planning for a long time too, with Chi-Chi. He really didn't want to go to this art troupe's performance. Zhao Liangzi didn't mind. He rubbed his chin and said, I'm fine with it. Yin Shixiang glared at him and silently cursed him for being so disloyal. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at his schedule and raised his hand. Forget it. I'll go with Little Zhe. Big Xiong, you take the day off. Yin Shixiang was already 27 or 28 years old. As a superior, Hu Xiaoheng had to think about his subordinates' lifelong happiness. This is the second chapter, 4,200 words. It's a big chapter. Come, hurry up and vote for the monthly and recommendation votes. It should be the third chapter tomorrow. Good night, my dears. Chapter 906. Hu Xiaoheng volunteered to take Yin Shixiang's place to attend the performance. Yin Shixiang was a little embarrassed. Hu Xiao, don't you have a program on Christmas Eve? He asked carefully. His normally thick-skinned face was actually blushing. Zhao Liangzi laughed and punched him lightly. All right, Hu Xiao never attends these foreign holidays. You know that, right? What's the point of complaining now? Who was the one who yelled that he was holding up a beautiful night? Yin Shixiang chuckled and moved to the side. He propped his hands on the table and said, Isn't that Chi-Chi? She's been talking about Christmas Eve ever since 800 years ago. She said that her school is very lively on Christmas Eve. The student council and classes also organize all kinds of activities. There's a choir singing hymns on campus. That's the atmosphere. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at him and leaned back in his chair. Big Xiong, although it's important to please your girlfriend, you can't participate in religious activities. Don't make mistakes. Yes, Chief. Yin Shixiang quickly straightened and became serious. I know. I won't break the rules. For people like them, it was fine to eat and sing karaoke on Christmas Eve, but it would be a mistake to actually attend a church. Okay, go. Hu Xiaoheng waved his hand. Hand over the work and review the emergency plan. We're on vacation, but the enemy doesn't care if you're on vacation or not. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi shouted in unison, "Yes, Chief." Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi left Hu Xiaoheng's office and went to review their own work. The three of them wouldn't be at the headquarters during the weekend, so the people on duty and responsibilities were even more important. Of course, Hu Xiaoheng's own matters were even more important. He didn't sleep the entire night and went through the work at hand again. He checked the missing parts and filled in the gaps. If there were problems, he sent them to rearrange them. If there were clues, he had to keep an eye on them. There was also the rotation of field personnel, the placement of family members, and the global layout of the Special Operations Forces. He had to be aware of all the big and small things. There were many things that he didn't need to do personally, but as the head of the Special Operations Forces, he had to be responsible for the thousands of field personnel in the Special Operations Forces. They were soldiers. Although they fought on a battlefield without gunpowder, they also used their lives to carry out missions and protect the interests of their country and people. The slightest oversight on his part could cause an avalanche of consequences. He didn't want to bear the consequences, and he didn't want to use other people's lives to pay for his tuition. His work only came to an end when it was almost 10 o'clock on Friday morning. Of course, he couldn't say that he had finished everything, but his current arrangements could last for 10 days to half a month. Standing up from his seat, Hu Xiaoheng returned to his official residence. First, he went to the gym to do an hour of extreme exercise. Sweating profusely, he instantly felt much more refreshed. He then went to the bathroom to take a shower and changed into his casual clothes before sitting down for lunch. This time, he had not eaten for almost a day and a half, so he ate a lot. He ate 6 pieces of steak, which was cooked to medium well with special butter. Each piece weighed about half a kati, but he still wanted more. Then, he ate a bowl of rice porridge that was cooked to the point that even the oil was oozing out. It was very nourishing to the stomach. There were also a few stir-fried side dishes on the table. There were green cucumbers stir-fried with bacon and meat, chili fried with chopped eggs, and a vegetarian assortment of black fungus, fresh mushrooms, winter bamboo shoots, and slices of yulan. He cleaned up almost all the dishes on the table. When the orderly came to clean up the dishes, he was shocked to see that the chief had eaten so much by himself. He quietly asked the orderly in the kitchen, "How long has the chief been hungry?" "He probably hasn't eaten since yesterday morning after he went out for breakfast." The orderly in the kitchen looked at the dishes and shook his head with a sigh. He had been with Hu Xiaoheng for a few years and knew his eating habits and routine well. Therefore, the food he prepared was very much to Hu Xiaoheng's liking, both in terms of quality and quantity. "Go ask the chief if he will be eating at the official residence tonight. If he is, I'll make a soup to replenish his vitality right now." "Okay, I'll go ask now." When he went upstairs, the orderly knocked on the door and asked loudly through the intercom, "Chief, will you be eating at the official residence tonight? The kitchen needs to be prepared." Hu Xiaoheng didn't open the door. He only said into the intercom, "I won't be back for dinner tonight. I have something to do this weekend. You guys should rest early and take a break." "Yes, Chief," the voice answered cheerfully. He returned to the kitchen and said to the 3 orderlies who were in charge of cooking, "The chief said he won't be back for dinner tonight and told us to rest early. He also said he'll give us 2 days off. He has something to do this weekend." The 3 orderlies in the kitchen all laughed. "The chief is so considerate. We can go out for a walk this weekend." "Huh, are you going to see your girlfriend?" "What girlfriend? We're an old married couple." The orderlies laughed as they cleaned up the kitchen. The official residence was instantly filled with a festive atmosphere. Hu Xiaoheng dealt with a few more emails in the study of the official residence. It was almost 1 in the afternoon. He then checked Gu Nianji's class schedule. She didn't have any classes this Friday afternoon. Her last class should have finished at 12 in the morning. Hua Xiaoheng casually grabbed his briefcase and put on his Bluetooth headset. He called Gu Nianji as he walked out. Gu Nianji had just finished lunch and came out of the cafeteria to ride her bike. She heard her phone ring. It was Hua Xiaoheng's exclusive ringtone. She put on her headset and answered the call as she rode. Hua Xiao. Nianji. Have you had lunch? Hua Xiaoheng opened the door to his Bentley SUV and got in. He started the car. He didn't bring any guards with him. He was going out on private business alone, so he didn't take his hongqi. I just finished. Gu Nianji was in a good mood. Her long legs kicked off the ground and the bike whizzed off. She held the handlebars with one hand and drew a beautiful arc on the bike path. Her beautiful face was brimming with youthful energy and brightness. Anyone who saw her would be in a good mood. Classmate Gu Nianji. A boy with a backpack rode up from behind on a bike. Wait. Although Gu Nianji was talking to Hua Xiaoheng through her Bluetooth headset, she could still hear the voices outside. She looked back and took off her Bluetooth headset. She stopped and smiled at the boy who caught up to her. You're from class 1 of the Faculty of Law. He looked familiar, but she didn't remember his name because they had never met before. Gu Nianji was a special presence among this year's Master of Law students at B University. She didn't have classes with this year's students. Instead, she had classes with her tutor, He Zhichu, and his doctoral students. As for the public elective classes she attended, she mingled with students from all faculties in the school, so she wasn't very familiar with the students of her level. The boys saw that Gu Nianji had stopped on her own with a sweet smile and a crisp voice. She wasn't as arrogant and unreasonable as some students said. He felt a little more confident. He asked carefully, Classmate Gu Nianji, tomorrow is the weekend, and it's Christmas Eve. The class wants to have a dance party to give the students a chance to socialize. Would you be willing to do us the honor? I know you're not in the same class as us, but we're all in the same year. You don't want to graduate and not even know your classmates' names, do you? They had originally asked Gu Nianji's roommate, Ma Chichi, to inform her, but Ma Chichi said she had an appointment on the weekend and couldn't attend class activities. She also didn't want Gu Nianji to feel awkward because of her, so she declined and didn't agree to pass the message for them. The boys thought about it and still wanted to take the initiative to ask Gu Nianji. They wouldn't lose anything if they asked. What if Gu Nianji agreed to come? Then the dance party for their law faculty class 1 would be a sensation on campus. Gu Nianji looked at him with a smile and tilted her head. I bet you don't know my name. The boy laughed self-deprecatingly. Gu Nianji smiled sheepishly and nodded. Okay, I'll go. Oh my. That's great. The boy was so happy he actually jumped up and his bike fell to the ground. Gu Nianji laughed so hard she bent over and quickly propped her bike to the side to help the boy up his bike. Tell me the time and place. I should be free on the weekend. She answered quickly. She had been studying very hard recently. In order to graduate early, she only slept 4 to 5 hours a day. She felt like she should reward herself. She hadn't tried a dance party with her peers yet. The boy nodded and gathered his courage again. Can you tell me your phone number? I'll send the time and place to you. Gu Nianji didn't hesitate and gave him her phone number. The boy immediately called. Gu Nianji's phone rang. Okay, we'll send it to you when we confirm the place. The boy waved his phone and beamed. Gu Nianji was confused. You haven't confirmed the place for the dance party today. The boy shrank back and smiled sheepishly. It's like this. We're planning on booking a bar outside of campus, but we haven't agreed on the terms yet. So, I see. Gu Nianji understood. Then let me know when you're sure. The boy repeatedly agreed and happily rode away on his bike. Of course he had to go back to report the good news. A few rich boys in their grade had announced that if they could invite Gu Nianji to the Christmas dance party, they would pay for the booking. Gu Nianji was so focused on her studies and lawsuits that she didn't know she had unknowingly become the top student goddess in the law faculty. She was smart, beautiful, and had top-notch professional skills. A girl like her would never lack admirers. There were indeed many boys interested in Gu Nianji, but they couldn't find a chance to interact with her. Although Gu Nianji was an orphan, she had an amazing tutor, He Zhichu, who was famous for being protective of her. When Gu Nianji was in school, she spent most of her time with him. He Zhichu would glare coldly at anyone who approached her before Gu Nianji noticed. She also heard from Ma Qiqi that her relatives also had connections with high-ranking military officials. Therefore, the people who had looked down on Gu Nianji because she was an orphan didn't dare to do anything now. On the contrary, people with average backgrounds didn't even dare to think about her. It wasn't easy to get a chance to have a class activity. Those who thought they could give it a try were all rubbing their palms and getting ready to spend Christmas Eve with the beautiful girl. Because Gu Nianji was talking to the boy, she took off her Bluetooth earpiece and didn't hang up on Hu Xiaoheng. Therefore, Hu Xiaoheng could hear her entire conversation with the boy. This was the first chapter with 3,300 words. It was the third chapter today. Monthly votes at 1 p.m. and 3,600 additional chapters. Third chapter at 7 p.m. Dear friends, the more monthly votes you give me, the more additional chapters I'll get. Isn't this a virtuous cycle? Chapter 907. After the boy left, Gu Nianji put on the other Bluetooth earpiece. Hu Xiaoheng listened quietly for a long time before asking, "You're going to the ball this weekend?" "Yes." Gu Nianji answered easily. "Tomorrow is Christmas Eve," Hu Xiaoheng said, his thoughts drifting back to last year's Christmas Eve. He thought of her sitting alone at the bus stop in the middle of the night. It had been snowing that day, and he had taken a military plane from Sea City to pick her up. It seemed like it had happened yesterday, but it had already been a year. Gu Nianji's long legs kicked off, and she got on her bike again. She asked Hu Xiaoheng nonchalantly, "Yes, what's wrong with Christmas Eve?" "I thought Hu Xiao didn't like foreign holidays." "Oh right, did you need me for something?" It seemed like she knew him well. "Only if I need you." Hu Xiaoheng asked with a smile as he drove in the direction of Gu Nianji's school. "Did you forget that I'm pursuing you?" "Oh, I see." Gu Nianji curled her lips, and her dark eyes curved. "Good luck, Hu Xiao." Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. At that moment, Hu Xiaoheng could almost imagine Gu Nianji's sweet and playful smile. Her plump lips must be curved upwards, as if she was tempting him to kiss her. His throat immediately felt dry. Hu Xiaoheng coughed lightly. "You don't have class in the afternoon, so I'll pick you up to the new house." The new house he was referring to was the second-hand house Gu Nianji had bought. It was in the Hepingli district near her school. Gu Nianji was speechless. Although she didn't have class, she still had to study. Gu Nianji didn't respond. Hu Xiaoheng waited a while before saying, "I was watching the Senate vote yesterday and started working as soon as I got home. I haven't eaten yet." Gu Nianji sighed, thinking that Hu Xiaoheng wasn't having it easy. Her voice softened. "Then go eat. Why are you looking for me?" "I don't know how to cook." "Come to the new house. I'll make Spanish seafood fried rice for you." Hu Xiaoheng remembered that Gu Nianji liked it, but it was more troublesome to make it authentic. It required a special condiment, saffron. Saffron was known as the most expensive condiment on the blue planet. Of course, this was based on unit value, and there were also good and bad ones. The saffron sold on the market was of average quality. Coincidentally, Hu Xiaoheng had a field agent bring him saffron from Iran. The quality was excellent. Iran was the origin of saffron and the largest producer of saffron in the world. Although Gu Nianji liked Spanish seafood fried rice, she didn't like to eat onions. However, onions were an essential ingredient in the Spanish seafood fried rice sold in restaurants and hotels. Only Hu Xiaoheng had once figured out a way to make authentic Spanish seafood fried rice without onions. The method was more complicated, and he had been busy with work in the past. He had only done it for Gu Nianji 4 times in 6 years. Gu Nianji couldn't forget these 4 times. As expected, Gu Nianji hesitated. Hu Xiaoheng continued, "Bring your homework and computer over. I'll cook, and you can continue studying. Isn't this better? Both sides won't hold up." Gu Nianji didn't say anything, but she was already a little tempted. Hu Xiaoheng made the decision for her. "I'm already driving over. I'll pick you up right away." Gu Nianji finally agreed and said, "Then I'll be back after eating. I don't need to bring homework." Hu Xiaoheng smiled without saying anything. He hung up and drove over. Gu Nianji returned to the dorm and saw Ma Qiqi watching TV in the living room with a face mask on. "Qiqi, do you know there's a Christmas party in class tomorrow?" Gu Nianji asked as she put down her bag and changed her shoes. Ma Qiqi nodded. "I know." She continued, "They looked for me and wanted me to tell you that they invited you, but I thought you must have a date on the weekend, so I didn't tell you." "What's wrong? Did they still look for you?" Gu Nianji nodded with a smile and sat on the sofa. She poked Ma Qiqi's arm. "Yes, they looked for me. But how can I have a date on the weekend? You're the one who has a date, right?" Ma Qiqi was happy as soon as she thought about it. She happily leaned over to Gu Nianji and whispered, "Brother Xiong asked me to go out tomorrow. We're going to spend Christmas Eve together. We're going to spend the night together." Gu Nianji purposely misinterpreted Ma Qiqi's words. "Do you want me to buy you 2 sets of sexy lingerie?" Ma Qiqi was speechless. "Nianji, how can you say something that's not appropriate for children?" Ma Qiqi suddenly grabbed Gu Nianji's ear. Of course, she didn't use any strength. She only pretended to be angry and wanted to teach her a lesson. Gu Nianji pushed her hand away with a smile and escaped from the sofa. "What's wrong? Are you blushing? Oh right, are you and Brother Xiong committed? He said he wants me to be his girlfriend." Ma Qiqi was a bit shy. "But we haven't really spent time together yet. You know, they're all so busy." "Yes, I know." Gu Nianji looked at Ma Qiqi and felt like she was seeing herself in the past. "Qiqi, I've been through it. Let me give you a piece of advice from the bottom of my heart. If you really love Brother Xiong and Brother Xiong loves you back, you must cherish the time you spend together. Although they're very busy and can't spend much time with you, 1 hour with them is equivalent to a month or even a year with someone else. But if the other person didn't love enough, then every minute and second they spent together was torture." Ma Qiqi was stunned and only said after a while, "Nianji, you're talking about yourself, right?" Gu Nianji laughed and smoothed her hair before turning to walk back to her dorm. "Of course not. I'm talking about you. You have to be mentally prepared to date Brother Xiong." Gu Nianji walked to her dorm room to wash her face and reapply cream. She opened the closet and saw the red Hermes Berlin bag Hu Xiaoheng had bought for her. She took it out and put her phone, wallet, and keys inside. Not long after, she heard her phone ring. It was Hu Xiaoheng coming to pick her up. Gu Nianji opened the door and said to Ma Qiqi in the living room, "I have something to do and need to go out. Don't wait for me for dinner tonight." "Got it." Ma Qiqi waved at her. I'm going out with Brother Xiong early tomorrow morning. I won't say goodbye. Gu Nianji stayed up all night to study and revise her thesis. She would definitely sleep in tomorrow, and Ma Chichi was already used to her routine. Gu Nianji waved back and opened the dorm door to go down. Hu Xiaoheng's low-key silver Bentley SUV was parked not far from the dorm. Gu Nianji walked over and knocked on the window. She smiled and waved at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng opened the door to let her in and quickly drove out. You didn't bring your homework and computer. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji and saw she was only carrying a small bag. Fortunately, she had daily necessities and a change of clothes. Otherwise, Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't even be able to keep her for the night. Seeing her like this, Gu Nianji took out her phone and smiled mischievously. A phone is enough. Why would I need a computer? Hu Xiaoheng didn't look at her. He turned the steering wheel and drove into the parking lot of the Hepingli district. When she got out of the car, she saw that Hu Xiaoheng was still carrying his briefcase. She couldn't help but sympathize with him. You still have to work overtime. Tomorrow is the weekend. I'm worried that something might happen, so it's more convenient to bring it with me, Hu Xiaoheng said vaguely as he entered the elevator with her. The room facing the elevator door was the second-hand house Gu Nianji had bought. Hu Xiaoheng swiped the key card to open the door and entered with Gu Nianji. Throwing the briefcase onto the sofa, he took off his coat and hung it up. Rolling up his sleeves, he said, I'm going to the kitchen to prepare. Do you want to rest? Gu Nianji thought about it and tossed her bag onto the sofa. I'll help you. Why do you want to learn how to cook? Hu Xiaoheng was very surprised. In the past, Gu Nianji had learned it a few times, but her cooking was still passable, so she stopped going into the kitchen. I can't always eat what you cook, right? Gu Nianji smiled slyly. It's better to learn on my own. Whenever I want to eat, I can make it myself. Her words sounded a little awkward. Hu Xiaoheng patted her head. His voice was deep and had a rare hint of sensuality. As long as you want to eat, I'll always make it for you. Gu Nianji tilted her head but smiled without saying anything. Who knew what would happen in the future? It was better to learn how to cook on her own. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her deeply and understood what she was thinking. Did she think that if she didn't say it, he wouldn't know? This was the second chapter. The monthly votes for 3,600 plus chapters had arrived. It was the third chapter today. The third chapter at 7 p.m. The more monthly votes my dear friends vote, the more chapters I'll get. Isn't this a virtuous cycle? P.S. I'm conflicted like this every day. Should I ask for monthly votes? Why don't I ask for it? I'm tired of asking for it every chapter. But I won't forget to ask for it. So asking for monthly votes is just a reminder. Then I'll ask for it. Looking at the monthly votes again, I'll definitely ask for it monthly votes. Chapter 908. The two of them went to the kitchen. Hu Xiaoheng opened the fridge and took out the bag of saffron. He picked out 2 saffrons, ground them into powder, and put them in a small plate with white orchids. Gu Nianji watched from the side and occasionally asked for technical advice. For example, what's the ratio of saffron to rice? If the prawns were replaced with lobsters, would the taste be the same? There were also whimsical ones. Can we put crab in the Spanish seafood fried rice? Can you change the lantern peppers to Spanish peppers? Would it taste better if it was spicy? Hu Xiaoheng was preparing the ingredients on the side, occasionally replying to her. He didn't say much, but every sentence was on point. Gu Nianji's camera-like memory recorded Hu Xiaoheng's every move in her mind. She remembered the weight and composition of the ingredients clearly. 2 hours had passed by the time he finished stir-frying all the ingredients and placed them into the pan with a lid to cook. Gu Nianji wiped the sweat from her forehead. Cooking is such a waste of time. As long as you don't think it's a waste when you eat it. The two of them went to wash their hands and sat down in the living room. Hu Xiaoheng asked again, "Are you going to your class's Christmas party?" "Yeah." Gu Nianji didn't even look up as she took out her phone and scrolled through Weibo. Hu Xiaoheng reached out and took the phone from her hand. He said sullenly, "I'm talking to you. It's rude to play with your phone." Gu Nianji knew that she was only using her phone as a cover because she didn't want to face Hu Xiaoheng alone. She had to admit that Hu Xiaoheng put a lot of pressure on her. "I don't want to play anymore. Give me back my phone." Gu Nianji smiled and spread her hands. "I promise." Hu Xiaoheng looked at her for a while before returning the phone to her hand. "I'll confiscate it if you play with it while talking to me again." Fine. Whatever you say." Gu Nianji turned to put her phone back into her purse and secretly made a face at him. She thought that Hu Xiaoheng didn't see it, but she didn't know that Hu Xiaoheng was sitting next to her and was leaning forward to look at her. He clearly saw her little movement. By the time Gu Nianji turned around with a smile, Hu Xiaoheng had already leaned in and gently kissed her lips. Sure enough, it was as beautiful as he remembered. Once they kissed, they couldn't separate. Their lips were glued to each other. Every time Gu Nianji wanted to retreat, Hu Xiaoheng would chase after her relentlessly. She didn't know when his big hand had climbed up her slender waist and wrapped around it. With a little force, he lifted her up and placed her on his lap. His muscular waist pushed her legs apart and he kissed her face to face. Gu Nianji was practically kneeling on the sofa. His lower body was sore from that thing that had suddenly hardened. He had no choice but to raise his body slightly to avoid touching that heat. Hu Xiaoheng noticed and tightened his arms, almost pinning her to the ground. She was unable to move. She tried her best to lean back and struggled to break free from his shackles. Unfortunately, she was too weak and couldn't break free at all. She could only mumble. "Let me go. Be gentle. Don't bite me." How would she be able to go to the ball tomorrow if she got bitten? She didn't dare to struggle too much, afraid that Hu Xiaoheng's mouth would be even harsher. Hu Xiaoheng really wanted to bite her and leave his mark on her lips to declare his ownership. But there was still a sliver of reason that prevented him from doing so. Gu Nianji had her own life. Although he wasn't happy that she wanted to go to the class ball, he had no reason to stop her. Also, he was also busy. He had to attend the art performance on Christmas Eve. If he couldn't accompany her, wouldn't he let her find her own entertainment? His heart would ache to see her depressed all by herself. Hu Xiaoheng's movements softened and he stopped sucking on her lips. But he still touched her lips from time to time. Feeling the softness of her lips, he felt dizzy and suffocated. Finally, he stopped and hugged her. Their heads touched as they sat on the sofa. The two of them were quiet and didn't speak. Gu Nianji felt his body calm down and then carefully sat down. She moved back a little and tried to stay away from the indescribable important part. Hu Xiaoheng chuckled quietly and touched her forehead. His voice was a little hoarse. "Sit however you're comfortable. Don't worry about me. I'm just looking for a comfortable place," Gu Nianji said angrily. She patted Hu Xiaoheng's leg. "It's hard everywhere. It's not comfortable no matter how I sit. Put me down." Hu Xiaoheng was quiet for a moment. He let go and let Gu Nianji sit on the sofa beside him. He stood up. "I'll go check the kitchen. Dinner should be almost ready." When he entered the kitchen, he heard the sizzling sound of the shallow pot. The soup was already cooked, but the rice was still fragrant. He turned off the fire and waited for a while before opening the lid and filling a bowl with rice for Gu Nianji. Then he took a small bowl for himself and scooped a little bit. He had actually already eaten. Not only had he eaten, but he was also very full. He could only eat for now and couldn't eat any more. However, when Hu Xiaoheng brought the rice out, Gu Nianji saw that his bowl was so small. She thought he had intentionally left it for her, so she quickly gave him more than half of her rice. Eat more. You haven't eaten for so long. Your body can't take it. Hu Xiaoheng rubbed his nose and looked at the pile of Spanish seafood fried rice in front of him. He said calmly, "It's because I'm starving. I can't eat so much at once." This reason was very normal. Gu Nianji accepted it and took the rice back. She had to admit that Hu Xiaoheng's exclusive Spanish seafood fried rice was really delicious. Although she had already eaten lunch, she was a little hungry again after 2 or 3 hours. She quickly finished her bowl and went to get another. Hu Xiaoheng only ate half a bowl and stopped eating. He went to make a cup of tea and twirled it in his hands as he looked at Gu Nianji. After this case, Gu Nianji seemed to have lost a lot of weight. Her skin was very pale, but it was too pale. There was no color at all. Her waist seemed to have become slimmer. He remembered that he seemed to have done too much the previous weekend. He still remembered that his red fingers were imprinted on the snow-white skin of her waist like 2 blooming saffron flowers. The soft and beautiful curve of her back suddenly narrowed to a small circle at her waist. Further down, her chest didn't lose any weight at all, so her waist seemed even slimmer. He pinched it from behind. Hu Xiaoheng's mouth was dry, and he quickly took another sip of tea. After Gu Nianji finished eating, she took the initiative to clean up the dishes and put them in the dishwasher. Then she wiped the kitchen. From the direction of the kitchen, she saw Hu Xiaoheng sitting alone in the dining room with a teacup in his hand. His fingers were long and strong. His palms weren't thick, and they were perfectly shaped. However, there were faint calluses on the inside of his fingers. This was the mark of someone who held a gun all year round. His facial features were very defined. Under the soft light of the setting sun, there was an indescribable charm to him. He was so handsome that it made people speechless. However, Gu Nianji had already passed the stage of being infatuated with his looks. She only sighed at such a beautiful person, but didn't have much heart. Sometimes, a careless attitude was even more painful than betrayal. Betrayal could make you angry, but carelessness would only make you sullen. Gu Nianji looked away and turned to take off her apron. She walked out of the kitchen. "Hu Xiao, thank you for the Spanish seafood fried rice. It was delicious. But I have to go back." Hu Xiaoheng didn't move. He still sat quietly in the dining room with one hand supporting his head and the other holding the teacup. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Gu Nianji. He was silent, but it seemed like he had 1,000 things to say, but didn't know where to start. Gu Nianji was a bit at a loss. She slowly walked to the sofa in the living room and picked up her small bag. When she walked to the door, Hu Xiaoheng finally caught up to her. He hugged her from behind and began kissing the back of her neck. "Nianji, stay with me." His extremely magnetic voice lingered in her ears and drilled into her heart. It knocked again and again, stubbornly and firmly, to knock on the door of her heart. Gu Nianji didn't know why, but she turned around and hugged him. The two of them entangled and quickly took off their clothes from the living room to the bedroom. Tops, pants, bras, and underwear were all scattered on the floor. When they finally lay on the bed, the two of them no longer had anything to hide. Gu Nianji lay on the bed, revealing her snow-white, deep cleavage. In Hu Xiaoheng's eyes, this was the sexiest part of a woman's body. He leaned over and, bit by bit, patiently and meticulously, kissed from the top of her cleavage all the way down. Gu Nianji felt like her back was on fire. The fire spread from her back all the way down to her tailbone, and then with a loud bang, it soared up again, almost burning her limbs and bones to ashes. She didn't know when she fell asleep, but before she fell asleep, she was still thinking about taking a shower. In the end, she was hugged in the bathtub again. Finally, before she fainted, she vaguely thought that no wonder Hua Xiaoheng wanted to cook for her. He was feeding her before he started. When she woke up the next day, she found herself snuggled tightly in Hua Xiaoheng's arms. One of Hua Xiaoheng's arms was under her neck, and the other was still on her waist. His leg was also pressed against hers in a completely possessive posture. No wonder she felt so tired from sleeping last night, as if she had been climbing a mountain and carrying a log, so, it was this thick log. Gu Nianji moved back and freed herself from Hua Xiaoheng's shackles. Hua Xiaoheng opened his eyes and looked at her with a smile. "You're awake." Gu Nianji twisted her neck and sat up. "What time is it?" She leaned over Hua Xiaoheng and picked up the phone beside the bed to look at it. "Oh. It's already 10 o'clock. She had slept enough. She looked at the phone again and saw the location of the Christmas party that the boy had sent her. Jinling Bar. Gu Nianji looked at it and opened Qiandu to search for the bar. Hua Xiaoheng got up to take a shower. He originally wanted to drag Gu Nianji to shower with him, but Gu Nianji's phone happened to ring. Hua Xiaoheng didn't insist and went to the bathroom alone. When Gu Nianji answered He Zhichu's call, she didn't know why, but she felt a little guilty. "Professor He. Nianji, where are you? I didn't see you at the library." He Zhichu stood in front of the B University library as he called Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji forced a smile. "I'm not at school." "Professor He, do you need something?" "Oh, yes." He Zhichu seemed to understand something. His heart felt stifled, but he didn't say anything. He waited for the discomfort to pass before saying, "I have an invitation to the military arts performance tonight. Do you want to go? If you do, I'll take you with me." Gu Nianji replied with an "oh" and quickly said, "I promised my classmates that I would go to the Christmas party tonight, so I won't be going." "Professor He, enjoy yourselves. The military arts performance will be great." When He Zhichu heard that Gu Nianji was going to the Christmas party, he immediately said, "Where are you guys having the party?" "I'll go with you." "Aren't you going to the military arts performance?" Gu Nianji asked in surprise. "I'm not going." "If you're not going, what's the point of me going alone?" He Zhichu refused flatly. This was the third update, 3,400 words. It was the third update today. Chapter 909. Oh. Gu Nianji was taken aback. "You're going to our class's Christmas dance." But what? Don't tell me they don't welcome us." He Zhichu said slowly, one hand in his coat pocket gradually clenching. "Or, you don't want me to go?" "Of course not." Gu Nianji instinctively denied it. She sat up on the bed with her phone in her hand and pulled the blanket up to her neck. She said carefully, "Professor He, this Christmas party is actually a place for classmates to get to know each other and bond." Gu Nianji didn't dare to imagine what the occasion would be like if the professor went. He Zhichu snickered. "Are you afraid of dragging you down?" "Don't worry, I'll go by myself. I won't affect you." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Gu Nianji smiled wryly as she listened to the beeping sound on the other end. She actually didn't care about that, but when she thought about it carefully, it didn't seem right if He Zhichu went to the Christmas party with her. He Zhichu was a professor, and she was his student. She was also his teaching assistant. Because of their work and studies, they spent more time together. Although Gu Nianji didn't have a close relationship with her classmates, she knew people were gossiping about her behind her back. She was magnanimous, so she didn't take it to heart. But if he appeared at the Christmas party, the gossip behind his back would probably be even worse. Gu Nianji didn't care, but she knew it would hurt her teacher's reputation even more. Therefore, she did not call back. If Hijichu had another way to attend their class's Christmas party, Gunyenji would be quite happy. After all, she didn't know many classmates in her class. Ma Chichi, who was the closest to her, had already made it clear that she wasn't going. She had a date with her boyfriend on the weekend. Gunyenji was going to a Christmas party in a foreign place by herself. It was quite awkward to think about it. However, if Hijichu went as well, it would be good to talk to him when the time came. As long as they didn't arrive at the same time as her, no one would gossip. After thinking it through, Gunyenji no longer felt conflicted. She lifted the blanket and got up from the bed. She grabbed the nightgown at the head of the bed and put it on. Then, she opened the wardrobe and picked out the clothes for the ball today. Since it was a ball, she would most likely wear a dress. Autumn and winter skirts were too thick for dancing. She rummaged in the closet for a long time and found a one-shoulder apricot silk dress with a high slit. The quality of the silk was very good. Under the light, it was as smooth as clear water. The hem of the skirt was inlaid with a few strings of lotus-colored silk flowers. It was so lifelike that it looked just like the real thing. She draped it over her body and looked at her reflection in the mirror. It made her skin look even fairer and more delicate. She shook her skirt, took off her nightgown, and casually put it on. Because she wasn't wearing a bra, as soon as she adjusted her dress, she saw two obvious bulges on her chest in the mirror. Gunyenji, Huishaoheng came out of the bathroom and leaned against the door frame. He crossed his arms and looked at her. He was dressed neatly, but not in casual attire. He was wearing a white shirt with a small collar. He couldn't tell what brand it was, but it fit him so well. It was probably custom-made. His slender trousers were straight and wrapped around his long legs. Even the leather belt around his waist gave off a sense of abstinence. Tightly bound his wild nature. Gunyenji blinked and met Huishaoheng's gaze in the mirror. She said, "How about wearing this dress to the dance tonight?" Huishaoheng walked over and put a hand on her shoulder. He bent down slightly and was eye level with her. He whispered in her ear briefly but firmly. "No. Gunyenji, why not? This dress will definitely look good dancing." Gunyenji argued with Huishaoheng and tried to reason with him. "I can also do Latin dance. Look at this opening. When I reveal my legs and kick them out, I'll definitely shock everyone." She pointed to the slanted curve near her thigh under the dress for Huishaoheng to see. Huishaoheng looked down and reached out to touch her thigh. He said, "Wearing this dress will only make people want to tear it apart." As he spoke, he really grabbed it. Gunyenji quickly grabbed his hand. "No. I like this dress very much. If you dare to tear it, You'll what?" Huishaoheng leaned forward and held her slender waist with both hands. His palms were faintly burning. Gunyenji opened her mouth and wanted to say something harsh, but Huishaoheng didn't let her speak at all. He lowered his head and kissed her. Gunyenji quickly pressed her lips together and turned her head away from him. She mumbled, "Don't. I haven't brushed my teeth yet, it's not like I despise you." Huishaoheng held her head and kissed her in the end. As he kissed her, he took out his phone and glanced at it. He swiped it open to open an application control app. Not long after, the sound of distant and warm music began to play in the house. When the house was renovated, the bedroom and living room were all equipped with surround sound Bluetooth speakers. Gunyenji could tell it was the carpenter's famous, "Merry Christmas, darling, Merry Christmas, my darling baby." The carpenter's voice from half a century ago had been baptized by time and was like a crystal polished by time. It was even more pure and affectionate, without any impurities. Huishaoheng took a step back and reached out his hand. He looked down at her and said quietly, "May I?" It was actually the prelude to a dance. His gaze was so focused that it was impossible to ignore it. His dark, jade-like eyes seemed to be able to absorb souls. Gu Nianji seemed to be bewitched. She placed her hand in his. Hu Xiaoheng held her soft little hand with one hand and placed the other on her waist. He slid a step forward and began spinning her in the small bedroom. Gu Nianji had never known that Hu Xiaoheng was also an expert at ballroom dancing. His sense of rhythm was very strong. His arms were strong, so he led her in a slow, and smooth dance. They spun and intertwined. You advance, I retreat. You front, I back. Her intertwined palms were sweaty and a bit wet. Her heart was pounding, and her footsteps were almost flustered. She almost stepped on Hu Xiaoheng's feet several times. But he was able to pick her up and spin her with a little force in his arms. He felt her nervousness and lowered his head to kiss her forehead. His warm lips gradually calmed Gu Nianji's heart. She composed herself and began to dance to Hu Xiaoheng's rhythm. She had also learned before. She had secretly practiced with Little Temptress and the others when she was in college, but she had never had the chance to dance with anyone else. She had once had a small selfish wish that her first dance had to be with Hu Xiaoheng. If it wasn't for Hu Xiaoheng, she would never have danced in this life. But after so many things happened, she decided to leave him, and her previous wish disappeared. She didn't expect Hu Xiaoheng to use this kind of method to secretly fulfill her dream. Gu Nianji looked down to hide the wetness in the corners of her eyes. The music slowed down, and only 4 sentences kept repeating. All the cards have been sent, the busyness of the holiday is also gradually fading, but I still have one wish I haven't made, for the most special you, Merry Christmas, darling. When the music finally stopped, Hu Xiaoheng also stopped in his tracks. He picked Gu Nianji up and placed her feet on his. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, Merry Christmas, my darling. His pure Oxford accent paired with his magnetic and deep voice made Gu Nianji's heart feel like it had been rolled in powdered sugar and then poured with honey. It was so sweet that it was against the rules. Gu Nianji hugged Hu Xiaoheng's neck tightly. She was so moved that her entire body was trembling. Hu Xiaoheng didn't move and let her hug him tightly. His 2 arms crossed behind her and protected her in his arms. He didn't use any force, but it made her feel extremely safe. The sense of security that she cherished the most seemed to be returning bit by bit. After a while, Gu Nianji said in a hoarse voice. I won't celebrate foreign holidays if you don't celebrate them. You don't have to do this in the future. Besides, this kind of rare time was good enough to have once. She could reminisce about it for the rest of her life. It would be boring if it was too much. Hu Xiaoheng patted her back. It's fine at home. It wasn't like they were going to church with great fanfare. When it was just the 2 of them, Hu Xiaoheng didn't mind satisfying some of Gu Nianji's small wishes. Gu Nianji snuggled in his arms and grunted softly. Hu Xiaoheng continued, leave this dress at home. Wear it when you dance with me. Okay. Gu Nianji obediently agreed. Even if Hu Xiaoheng hadn't said it, she had planned to keep this dress as a souvenir. This was the dress they wore when they danced for the first time. It was the kind that she would remember for the rest of her life. I'll help you pick out a dress. Hu Xiaoheng released his arms. My Nianji is so beautiful. You'll definitely amaze the audience today. Although he sounded like he was coaxing a child, Gu Nianji enjoyed it. She followed behind Hu Xiaoheng and watched him pick out the dance dress for her tonight. Hu Xiaoheng opened her closet and looked around. He picked out a dress from the ones that still had tags on them. Gu Nianji looked at it and saw that it was a very designer red cocoon-shaped dress from Dior. The style was a bit exaggerated, especially on the chest and waist. It accentuated her high chest, slender waist, long and straight legs, and even her knees were rare and flawless. Gu Nianji was speechless. Isn't this too exaggerated? Gu Nianji was a bit uneasy. Actually, the dress was too mature and too expensive. It was obvious that it was expensive. It was enough to attend the White House dinner. It was overdressed for a small-class Christmas dance. Boys dressed more normally wouldn't even dare to stand next to her. Is it as exaggerated as your dress just now? Hu Xiaoheng said calmly and went to look for jewelry for her. Gu Nianji was speechless. Gu Nianji rubbed her nose and tactfully didn't retort. When Hu Xiaoheng hung the pigeon egg-sized ruby and diamond necklace around her neck, Gu Nianji had already accepted her fate. The sparkling gold was probably for the occasion. He wanted her to be a Christmas tree. After picking out the dress, Gu Nianji went to the bathroom to wash up. Then she took a bath and did some body care. Women always felt like they didn't have enough time to take care of themselves. Fortunately, Hu Xiaoheng was also busy and didn't think it was a problem for Gu Nianji to spend 3 hours in the bathroom. He sat on the sofa in front of the bathroom and worked on his laptop while keeping an eye on Gu Nianji to make sure she didn't fall asleep in the bathtub. Gu Nianji finished cleaning up. When she came out of the bathroom, she realized it was already 2 in the afternoon. She sat in front of the vanity to dry her hair. She suddenly remembered something and asked, "Hu Xiao, how can you dance so well? When did you learn? Why didn't I know?" Hu Xiaoheng calmly closed his laptop and rubbed his nose. He looked around and asked, "What time is your ball tonight? What do you want to eat?" "Golden collar bar at 6. I'm not hungry now." Gu Nianji frowned. "You still haven't answered my question." Hu Xiaoheng walked over and took the hairdryer from her hand. He used his hand to dry her hair and said calmly, "This is something everyone in the department has to learn. Everyone knows how to do it. If you don't believe me, you can ask Big Xiong and Little Zay." Actually, Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to tell Gu Nianji about the content of their training. It was better to avoid trouble. As a man, he naturally knew how not to cause unnecessary trouble for himself. Gu Nianji was especially smart. Not only did she have a good memory, but she could also draw inferences about other things from one instance. Hu Xiaoheng's instinct was that if he explained everything clearly, it would probably cause endless trouble in the future. Gu Nianji was indeed convinced by his answer. She smiled and said, "Then everyone in your department should be good at hitting on girls. Why are Brother Xiong and Brother Zay still single?" Hu Xiaoheng smiled. "We don't hit on girls. That's a mission." It was precisely because they knew too much that they didn't want to use it in their own lives. They were better than most people at distinguishing true feelings from false ones. Gu Nianji smiled knowingly. Time passed especially quickly when the two of them were together. Soon, it was already 5:30. It was winter in the imperial capital, so the sky darkened especially early. Hu Xiaoheng called Fan Jian to drive over. "I'll have Fan Jian give you a ride." Hu Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes as he adjusted the necklace around Gu Nianji's neck. "Call me when you're done." Gu Nianji nodded and put on her coat before following Hu Xiaoheng downstairs to the parking lot. Fan Jian was already waiting in Hu Xiaoheng's Bentley SUV. The two of them got into the car and sat in the back seat. Fan Jian quickly drove to the road in front of Golden Collar Bar. Gu Nianji got out of the car. Several classmates waiting at the bar entrance waved happily at her and called out, "Gu Nianji. This way." Gu Nianji smiled and was about to walk over when Hu Xiaoheng called out to her from the car. "Nianji." Gu Nianji turned around and saw that the window of the Bentley had already been rolled down. Hu Xiaoheng was wearing sunglasses, revealing half of his side profile. He was so handsome that it made her heart flutter. There were no lights in the car. Only the light from the street lamps shone down. It was half bright and half dark, making his aura even more mysterious and vast. What's the matter? Gu Nianji walked back to the window and bowed slightly. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng in surprise. Hu Xiaoheng suddenly reached out and grabbed Gu Nianji's neck. He gently pulled her down. In front of Gu Nianji's classmate, under the flickering Christmas lights and faintly discernible music, he kissed her in front of the bar. This was the first chapter of the 4,000-word chapter. The second chapter at 7 o'clock p.m. Come on, hurry up and vote for the monthly and recommendation votes. It should be the third chapter tomorrow. P.S. Thank you to the leader of Enigma Yangtze for tipping 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 9-10. Gu Nianji's mind instantly went blank. She could hear the Christmas song Edelweiss coming from the bar. The sound was faint and lingered in her ears. The melodious and warm tune drifted through the winter night like someone was gently brushing her ears with a feather. She was clearly kissing her lips, but she felt her ears burning. She groggily opened her eyes and looked behind Hu Xiaoheng. Looking out of the car window, the street lights were orange-yellow, bringing with them a rare warmth on a winter night. However, it was pitch black inside the car, so outsiders couldn't see what was going on inside. They could only see Hu Xiaoheng's exquisite jaw exposed and the slight curve of his lips. He was very close to Gu Nianji. The male students in front of the bar were dumbstruck and completely didn't know how to react. They even forgot to take out their phones to secretly take a picture. After all, a luxurious car, a beautiful woman, and a mysterious handsome man in sunglasses kissing passionately. If this photo was posted on Weibo, it would easily get thousands of reposts. Unfortunately, the man's aura was too strong. Even though he was just sitting in the car and showing half his face, it was enough to make these self-proclaimed pillars of society's university law students unable to move. After a moment of dizziness, Gu Nianji finally snapped out of it. She thought a long time had passed, but it had only been a few seconds before Hu Xiaoheng let go. Go, have fun. Hu Xiaoheng patted Gu Nianji's cheek and was satisfied to see her face blush. Gu Nianji straightened and instinctively wiped her lips with her hand. Hu Xiaoheng had probably eaten all the pink lip gloss she had put on when she left the house. Hu Xiaoheng calmly took out a tissue and wiped his mouth. Sure enough, he saw a bright red stain on the snow-white tissue. He smiled and waved at Gu Nianji before ordering Fan Jian, go to the military compound. Fan Jian started the car and drove off in the direction of the military hall. Gu Nianji stood by the side of the road and silently watched Hu Xiaoheng's car disappear into the night. She patted her face. It was so hot. She turned around and, as expected, saw a row of male students staring at her with their mouths open and eyes wide. Gu Nianji walked over and waved at them. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? She acted as if nothing had happened, which made the students too embarrassed to ask her. How could that be? Gu Nianji, this way, we've booked the whole place for today. The class president of Class 1 was a bespectacled man who wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses all year round. He was quite good-looking and handsome, much better looking than Mei Xiaoan, the class president of Gu Nianji's undergraduate years. He was usually the one to notify Gu Nianji when something happened in class, so he was more familiar with her than the others. Gu Nianji nodded at him and followed him inside. The bar wasn't too big, but it was decorated warmly. Furthermore, it was specially decorated for Christmas. There was a huge Christmas tree as soon as they entered the door. It was rare that it wasn't a fake plastic tree, but a real fir tree from who knows where. As he walked closer, he could smell the fresh scent of pine leaves. The tree was covered with all kinds of sparkling trinkets. The top of the tree was decorated with a winged doll of a saintess. There was a halo above her head, and it was actually colorful. The lights in the bar matched the colors of the Christmas lights, illuminating everyone in a variety of colors. Gu Nianji followed her classmates inside. The middle of the bar had been cleared for a dance floor. Directly across from the dance floor was the bar counter, where the bartender was already mixing drinks. Gu Nianji looked at the bar counter and suddenly remembered when she was in Germany, she had also stayed in a bar for a few days. She pursed her lips and felt a bit strange as she slowly followed her classmates to where everyone was sitting. The dining area was separated from the dance floor by a screen, and there were several square tables in the small area. The food was on the square tables in a buffet style. Gu Nianji had already eaten her fill at home and came over. She took a quick look and only planned to eat some fruit later. She had no appetite for anything else. Gu Nianji, you came alone. Class 1's counselor, Gue Suyao, stood up with a smile. Where's Professor He? He didn't come with you. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat, and she secretly thought to herself that he had tricked her again. She immediately put on an even more surprised expression than Gue Suyao. Professor He. He's coming too. Gue Suyao was momentarily speechless. He Jichu had asked her about Class 1's Christmas party today and had said, intentionally or otherwise, that he was free today and wanted to see how the students celebrated Christmas. Gue Suyao was well aware at the time. Last Christmas was He Jichu's first Christmas as a lecturer at the university, and she had never seen him care about how the students celebrated Christmas. However, he was interested this year, and it was all because of Gu Nianji. Of course, she didn't expose him and said enthusiastically, "That's great. The students from Class 1 are going to Jinling Bar for a Christmas party today. If Professor He is free, you can come and visit." He Jichu didn't say he wouldn't be coming at the time. He only said he had things to do and would go see if he could finish them early. If not, he wouldn't go and told them not to wait for him. Gue Suyao only thought He Jichu was being polite, but now that Gu Nianji was here, she instinctively felt that He Jichu must be with her. However, after she said it, before Gu Nianji could deny it, one of the boys from Class 1 who had been outside earlier was already laughing mischievously. He winked and said, "Guess what we just saw outside?" Before anyone could ask, the boy already said eagerly. "We saw Gu Nianji's boyfriend." TSK, and you're still talking about Professor He. What nonsense. Gu Nianji's boyfriend is not only rich, but he's also very handsome. He's not any worse than Professor He. Gu Nianji's face flushed and then paled. She wasn't very happy, but if she reacted too strongly to this kind of gossip, it would give others the opportunity to accuse her of hiding something. Pursing her lips, Gu Nianji sat down on the sofa and said to the boy who had just spoken, "Oh. Professor He is my tutor. What nonsense are you guys talking about? Be careful or I'll sue you." They were all law students, so they didn't overdo it. As expected, everyone fell silent and didn't mention it again. Someone changed the topic and began a drinking competition with someone else. A few girls sat next to the tutor, Gue Suyao, and looked curiously at Gu Nianji's clothing and jewelry. A girl who was very interested in fashion suddenly said, "The dress Gu Nianji is wearing is from Dior's spring collection next year. Look." She took out her phone and searched for Dior's spring collection next year. The fashion industry was like this. During the winter, the next spring collection would already be held. By next summer, the winter collection would begin. It was always several months ahead of the actual season. The girl's phone indeed found a dress that was exactly the same as the one Gu Nianji was wearing. It was Dior's latest spring collection. TSK, this isn't normal. Even the A-list celebrities in the country can't get their hands on such a big brand like Dior. I heard it's only available to global VIP customers. It's not just the dress. Look at the ruby necklace around her neck. That's a standard pigeon blood ruby. My uncle is in the jewelry business, so it's considered a big business. But even my uncle's family doesn't have rubies of this purity. The girls sat together and studied Gu Nianji from head to toe. They weren't familiar with Gu Nianji, and Gu Nianji was dressed so extravagantly today. They weren't idiots, so they didn't want to sit next to her and look like country bumpkins. Therefore, they intentionally stayed away from her. Occasionally, they would say sarcastically, although she's dressed extravagantly, she looks old. Don't look like she's a young married woman. Tisk. The girl who was close to Ma Chichi couldn't stand it anymore. She frowned at the sarcastic girl and said, "That's enough. Watch your tongue. Nianji is only 19 and looks like a young married woman. You're already 26. What do you look like? An old woman. Why are you scolding me?" The sarcastic girl couldn't get over her embarrassment and flew into a rage. These kinds of people were usually like this. They were the only ones allowed to be sarcastic. If others were to be sarcastic about them, it would be like poking a hornet's nest. The boys saw this and quickly came to the rescue, separating the girls who were about to start a fight. Gu Nianji heard it from the side and nodded at the girl who helped her out with a smile. The girl was a bit embarrassed and wanted to go over to talk to her, but after what happened just now, if she went over, people might think she was trying to suck up to Gu Nianji. Therefore, after thinking about it, she only nodded slightly and didn't go over. It wasn't that no one came over to Gu Nianji. The first to come over were two boys who had designs on her since a long time ago. Gu Nianji's outfit today was too beautiful. They could only see her face and figure, especially her figure. Oh my god, this dress suit made her body look like a devil. Therefore, even though they saw that Gu Nianji was already taken, they didn't want to give up. In this day and age, people could get divorced after getting married, let alone having a boyfriend. Who knew if they would break up in the future? It was always a good idea to get acquainted with her first. Also, young people were hormonal, so they didn't have as many concerns. Their families were also quite well off, so they were dressed smartly today. They didn't think it was beneath them to sit next to Gu Nianji. A few of them took the buffet plates and picked a few dishes for Gu Nianji. "Classmate Gu, why aren't you eating? We're going to dance later." "How can you dance if you're hungry?" "Classmate Gu, what drinks do you usually drink?" "Juice." "From the looks of it, you must only drink juice and milk, right?" "Classmate Gu, what kind of dance do you like?" "Latin dance." "Your legs are so long, you must be very beautiful when you dance Latin." When Hijichu came in, he saw Gu Nianji sitting on the sofa, surrounded by a group of boys, like stars surrounding the moon. It was the second watch. Come, hurry up and cast your monthly and recommendation votes. It should be the third watch tomorrow. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.